God, that's
Please.
more salt. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Councilmember Maz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 5 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do have one, item number 1, which is the conference with legal counsel, the existing litigation of the case of Winter Myers versus Anaheim Convention Center. That closed session item is being continued to our next meeting on June 17th.
June 17th. Okay, thank you. Do we have any speakers to call forward to address the closed session agenda?
We don't have any in-person speakers, and we didn't receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So I'll close a public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. So I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll return Councilmember Bayless. So Councilmember Leon,
Present.
Councilmember Bucalba,
Present. I can't really hear you very well.
Here.
is this better? A little bit louder? No? Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We can hear you. Okay. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and start again. Councilmember Bayless,
Here.
Councilmember Leon,
Present.
Councilmember Bucalba,
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz,
Here.
Councilmember Moz,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks,
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
So the first item on our agenda is a workshop on the proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. City Manager, can you please introduce the workshop?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. This is the first of 2 council workshops on our city's proposed budget for the next 12 months through fiscal year 25-26. We will hear a budget overview along with looks at community services, housing and community development, public works, and utilities. Next week, we'll cover public safety, planning, economic development, convention, sports, and entertainment. This proposed budget upholds funding for all we do for our community. It funds the most extensive services of any Orange County city. We are proud of that, but there are some very real challenges we continue to face. As always, we present a balanced budget for your consideration, but we only got there by drawing on reserves, bond proceeds, and one-time revenues from the sale of Car Park 2. We are seeing a challenge with TOT revenue from our hotel visitors. While still healthy, we are not seeing the growth of years past. We are projecting modest TOT growth of 2.4% for the next fiscal year. At the same time, we are contending with higher costs for just about everything, just as other cities and organizations are. We are specifically seeing higher labor costs. We are an organization that serves people, and we need people to do what we do for our community. But that comes with a cost. And yes, this is a transitional period as we look to the expected retirement of the 1997 resort bonds, which are expected to be retired by 2027. That will free up more than $120 million in yearly revenue for our city. But we are not there yet. We will also hope to see higher visitor revenues in the years to come from OC Vibe and Disneyland Forward. Again, we are not there yet. But rising costs and other challenges still remain. The results of a citywide classification and compensation study and expiring labor agreements all pose the prospect of higher labor costs in the years ahead. We also continue to watch the budget process play out in DC. While there are many unknowns, there is the prospect of cuts to federally funded programs. All of this could impact any freed up revenue once those bonds are paid off. We need to share this challenge with you, with the community, as the backdrop for this budget discussion and those in the years ahead. To be sure, we are fortunate in a position compared to many cities which are struggling with difficult decisions about cutting city services and raising taxes. Our community can be reassured that their city will be there for them, and we will work through these issues with your input, guidance, and the public's engagement. With that, I ask Finance Director Moreno to present our budget workshop.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. With me today is our budget team, Deanne Lee, Yvette Ramirez, Megan Warren, and Arlene Roa. We'll begin with a review of the current economic outlook and then take a brief look at the citywide proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget. I'll then present an overview of the proposed general fund budget along with the general fund 5-year forecast. Then we'll move to a quick overview of the administrative department's proposed budgets before turning it over to our department directors, who will each provide information on their proposed department budgets. At the June 17th budget workshop, we'll have presentations from the remaining departments, followed by a public hearing later that night for formal adoption. The proposed budget is aligned with the city's approved strategic plan. Strategic Plan Anaheim has 6 multi-year goals. Each goal has an associated set of strategies for success and reflect the city's plans for the next 10 years. When building the budget, we consider forecasts from economists and local universities and rely on professional judgment of staff and industry experts. The budget presented to you today includes modest revenue growth and supports our existing levels of service. The budget does not contemplate a recession or economic downturn. The economic outlook is a mixed bag at all levels. The national economy has been resilient, inflation has stabilized, and consumer demand is steady as average earnings have increased. However, there are recession concerns due to the effects of potential tariffs on GDP, increases in unemployment, and swings in consumer confidence levels. Additionally, luxury spending and travel are showing signs of strain, and household debt is at an all-time high. California continues to have the highest unemployment rates in the country. Together with instability in the home insurance market, wildfire impacts, and looming budget deficit, California faces several difficult issues. The risk of federal spending cuts could further impact the state budget and could directly impact Anaheim, as I'll discuss later. In Orange County, development is strong, but travel through John Wayne Airport has declined by 10%. We've seen TOT directly impacted with fewer international and domestic travelers coming to the US and California, and instead choosing to travel to Asia and Europe. There is hope that we will see increased tourism with the 70th anniversary of Disneyland, but we may see volatility with some months seeing growth while others decline. We'll be watching closely to identify consistent trends. The proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget includes citywide expenditures totaling $2.4 billion. The general fund budget makes up only 22% of the budget, but we focus much of our attention there because it's where the bulk of our discretionary funding comes from, and it's what we use to support our core services such as police, fire, parks, and libraries. As the chart shows, the remainder of the funds are mainly restricted for specific purposes, such as our enterprise operations that include electric, water, and sanitation utilities, and are not available to fund general services. The budget includes a proposed capital improvement program, or CIP, budget of $268.6 million. The CIP is a 5-year fiscal planning tool that allocates budget for capital projects to rehabilitate, improve, or build new public infrastructure, such as streets, parks, and libraries. Most projects are supported by restricted funding sources. Projects are divided into 7 categories, and we'll hear about some of these CIP highlights in the department's presentations. The CIP presented today is a plan that includes 5 years of projected capital needs. Only the first year will be adopted. Approval of the 5-year plan doesn't guarantee approval of an individual project. As projects move forward through the development process, they'll be brought to council for final approval and contract award. Until a contract is awarded, projects may change in scope or be reprioritized. The general fund is the main repository of tax revenues and discretionary sources of funding. Our big 3 revenues, TOT, sales, and property taxes, make up 74% of the general fund revenue sources. The largest piece is transient occupancy tax, or TOT, at 39%, sales and use, a little less than half of that at 18%, and nearly equal to that is the property taxes at 17%. with business licenses, fees, permits, other revenues, and transfers from other funds making up the remaining revenues. Now I'll go over the outlook for the big three. The proposed TOT budget for fiscal year 25-26 is approximately $247 million, or 39% of the general fund operating sources. Visitors to Anaheim pay a tax of 15% on hotel, motel, and short-term rental stays of 30 days or less. TOT is our largest source of general fund revenue and is driven by visitors to the Anaheim Resort. In fact, the Anaheim Resort generates a net surplus of more than $140 million after all debt service and resort-related expenses are paid. This represents services to our community that would otherwise need to be funded by taxes on Anaheim residents if they weren't paid by visitors. For the current year, TOT is projected to be about $241 million, or 2.8% below the prior year actuals, and 11% below our budget. Despite current declines, we expect to see modest growth of 2.4% over the next 12 months, especially considering the 70th anniversary of Disneyland. You'll note that the proposed TOT of $246.6 million is still below the fiscal year 23-24 actuals by approximately $1 million. We do expect to see mixed results throughout the year, with some months being better than others, and we'll continue to keep a close eye on its performance. TOT is expected to grow moderately in years 2 through 5 of the 5-year forecast, with average increases beginning at almost 4% and leveling out to roughly 3% per year. The proposed sales tax and use budget for fiscal year 25-26 is $115 million, or 18% of the general fund operating sources. Sales and use tax is applied to the sale of tangible personal property. The tax rate in Anaheim is 7.75% of retail sales. The city receives 1 cent of every dollar spent in Anaheim. So for example, on a $40,000 car purchase, $3,100 in sales taxes are collected, and $400 comes to the city. Taxes are collected by the state and paid to the city quarterly. Anaheim has a diverse and balanced economy. About 30% comes from general retail, and the remaining 70% is shared almost equally among the food, transportation, construction, and business-to-business categories. For the current year, sales tax is projected to be about $112 million, which is 4% over the fiscal year 23-24 actuals. Sales tax revenues have increased across all sectors except transportation. The transition from gasoline to electric and hybrid vehicles is resulting in lower volume of gasoline sales. For fiscal year 25-26, sales tax is projected to be $115 million, an increase of 2.5% from our projected fiscal year 24-25 revenues. Future years will increase 3% annually on average based on moderate and sustained economic growth. The proposed property tax budget for fiscal year 25-26 is approximately $111 million, or 17% of the general fund operating sources. All real and tangible personal property in the state is subject to a property tax equal to 1% of the value. The county collects the revenue and distributes it to local taxing entities. Our share is approximately 20%. So for example, if a home has an assessed value of $900,000, the 1% basic levy would be $9,000, and the city would receive approximately 25% of that, or $1,800. The balance is shared among other local taxing entities, including the county, schools, and special district. Property tax revenue is projected to be $106 million this year, which is 4.4% higher than fiscal year 23-24. While the volume of property tax or property sales has slowed with higher interest rate, property values have remained stable. Fiscal year 25-26 revenues are estimated to be roughly $111 million, an increase of 4% or $4 million from the current year projections. Increases in the out years are moderate, while tapering to the statutory increase of 2%. Now that we've seen where the revenue comes from, let's look where the money goes. This pie chart represents general fund uses, which includes expenditures and transfers to other funds. Nearly half of our uses go to keeping us safe, which includes police and fire, and is typical of local government. Providing the necessities, utilities, and public works makes up 6%, ensuring quality of life 15%, and the support departments make up 7% of the general fund uses. The blue areas represent the direct expenditures of the general fund, and the green are the transfers to other funds. Here you can see a small portion of the transfers goes to economic development and other funds, but the majority goes to support debt. The bulk of that debt is for resort debt or lease payment measurement revenues, LPMR, that are determined by formula. These are amounts equal to specific portions of TOT and then sales and property tax increments on Disney properties. The slice also includes the convention center debt and a small piece for other neighborhood improvements that were done when the convention center expansion bonds were issued. So going back to the blue portion, this table shows how the expenditures are divided. Police makes up a little more than 40% of all expenses. Fire, roughly half of that at 24%. Community services, around 10%. Housing and community development, 3%. And reflects our ongoing commitment to fund homeless shelters and services. Planning and building has 6%, public works 7%, and which maintains their maintenance of effort to continue receiving Measure M grant funding. And then there is public utilities at less than 1%, which is mainly for streetlights and support of the 311 call center. Finally, you have the administrative and supporting activities, which make up the remaining 9% of expenditures. Labor expenditures of $369 million make up nearly 70% of the general fund budget and include full and part-time salaries, overtime, fire minimum staffing, and all associated employee benefit costs, including medical, dental, workers' compensation, and retirement. General fund personnel costs are anticipated to increase 7% over the amended budget, primarily due to contractual salary and benefit increases, as well as new positions included in the budget. Other operating makes up 29% of general fund expenditures and totals $154 million, an increase of 4% from the amended budget due to normal inflationary increases and intra-departmental service charges related to information technology support and fleet and facility maintenance. Debt service and capital outlay make up less than 2% of general fund expenditures, and funding for most debt is supported by revenue transfer from the general fund and paid out of the restricted debt service fund. So here we look at the 5-year forecast. As I mentioned previously, the proposed budget includes revenue assumptions based on what we know today, and growth based on economic forecasts from notable universities, professional consultants, and professional staff judgment. This plan represents our most likely scenario. It does not contemplate a recession. However, it is worth noting that once the potential of recession is mentioned, which it has been, it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When people hear of the risk, they cut back on spending, which can lead to economic contraction. Proposed operating sources are $608 million, including the big 3 revenues and other revenues. Operating uses are $672 million and include salaries and benefits based on current labor agreements, other operating costs, and transfers out to other funds. leaving an operating deficit of nearly $64 million. In March 2021, the City Council approved a plan to issue deficit bonds of $138 million to address the structural deficit coming out of the pandemic. We are projecting to use $50.5 million of those working capital bonds to close this year, and we will use the remaining balance of $33.6 million in fiscal year 25-26. In addition to the remaining bond proceeds, we are using $10 million that was previously set aside for debt repayment and $20.3 million in proceeds from the Hilton parking structure sale to balance operating expenditures. The remaining parking structure sale proceeds will be used in fiscal year 26-27, and we will draw down on our reserve funds to balance the deficit. We're now projecting that the LPMR bonds will be paid off in 2027. As you can see, that reduction in the transfer outline, when it reduces from almost $145 million to $114 million, and then $27 million in year 3. The early payment of LPMR is the only reason we can recommend a budget that relies on reserves and one-time money rather than spending cuts that would temporarily reduce services to the community. Even with the one-time money and early repayment of LPMR, the reserves fall to 11% of general fund expenditures, which is approaching minimum policy levels. While the 5-year forecast is balanced with the use of reserves, it does not contemplate the threat of recession, or any risk that could cause the deficit to grow and fund balances to dip below the minimum policy level. Any revenue loss associated with the recession could compromise the projected payoff of the LPMR revenue bonds. For illustrative purposes, the first table is an estimate of what the impacts to the big 3 revenues could be if there is a recession. I'm not saying that there will be a recession or that this is will be the result in a 1% decline. I'm just providing an example to demonstrate the magnitude of potential losses. The table includes the projected loss of budgeted revenue growth, as well as the amount of each 1% contraction should a recession occur. The 1% amount can be factored to estimate lesser or greater declines. The second table shows the labor agreements that impact the general fund, their expiration dates, and the estimated impact of a 1% salary adjustment for illustrative purposes. The city is a service organization, and 70% of the general fund pays for the salary and benefits of our workforce. The citywide classification and compensation study and expiring memorandum understanding with several labor groups bring added risk to the 5-year forecast. Just like the revenues, 1% is provided to demonstrate the magnitude and can be used to factor the impact of different scenarios. The 5-year forecast does not include any salary adjustments beyond what is contractually obligated in the current agreements. Salary amounts negotiated more than 1% would have a proportionally greater effect. In addition to the revenue losses associated with the potential recession, increasing labor costs to the citywide class and comp study, or expiring labor agreements, there is also a risk of federal spending cuts that could directly impact Anaheim, particularly Community Development Block Grant or CDBG funds. We receive millions of dollars in federal grants to support services in Anaheim, and CDBG funds of $2.3 million per year support code enforcement efforts, the Ponderosa Family Resource Center, and the Bookmobile. If any of these risks materialize and cause an imbalance in the 5-year forecast, we may have to reprioritize spending or alter service delivery. We monitor revenue and expenditure performance regularly, and we will reevaluate and respond accordingly as new information comes to light. Now I'll present a brief overview of the administrative departments before handing off to our operating department directors. Administrative departments include city council, city administration, city attorney, city clerk, finance, and human resources who support the day-to-day operation of the operating departments that provide direct service to the community. The city council, city administration, city attorney, and city clerk are predominantly funded by the general fund. Their operating budgets are largely unchanged from the prior year, aside from contractual increases in salaries and benefits. Finance has a proposed budget of $111 million, and human resources has a proposed budget of about $363 million. Their general fund budgets are 17.5 and 4.3 million respectively, with a balance comprised of citywide debt service, information services, insurance, and employee benefit funds. Additionally, the supporting departments recover approximately 30% of their general fund budget from the cost allocation to our enterprise funds. Finally, this is the schedule of the council workshops, meetings, and community outreach events. The proposed budget was made available May 30th and has been available on the My City Budget page. We've also had flyers at city council chambers over the last several meetings to advertise these workshops. So I'll pause here and answer any questions you may have before turning it over to my colleagues.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any preliminary questions right now for Director Moreno? Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Hey, Debbie, you mentioned the reserve policy a couple of times, and that we were getting close to that. What is the reserve policy?
It has been for a number of years between 7 and 11% is the minimum. And I would view that as really truly the floor after being through COVID. I think we need to look and adjust that over time. It
Okay.
needs to be
So
higher.
as we,
Are more dependent on TOT, so we don't have the diversity. And so I think we need to look at raising that over time, obviously not today.
so this budget gets us down to 11%, which is the top of that policy, but you wouldn't recommend going below that, or for a short period of time,
I would not recommend programming below that at this point.
okay.
We have still some labor agreements and things outstanding, but we don't have a lot of, there's not a lot of cushion there if we are to see a downturn in the economy and such, and that's a real unknown.
Okay, so I mean, that amount gives us at least enough time to make significant changes before we run out of money and people can't cash their paychecks.
Yeah, there are a few short-term things we could do to buy a little time, and we typically run a vacancy rate of about 6%. But that's citywide, so, by the time you look at, where are we going, would we reduce costs? It's unfortunately, the bulk of that's gonna be in labor. So it'll buy you some time, but we would have to look at, whether hiring freezes and things like that, if it drops too significantly. And we need to stay on top of it so we can react as quickly as possible so that we don't have to cut more than we need to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moz?
Thank you. My question is in regards to community engagement. You had mentioned that there were flyers posted in council chambers. Were residents notified in any other way of the budget workshops or district meetings?
Typically, those advertisements are handled by our public information office, so I can't answer that directly, but they usually have had various social media posts.
Thank you. Do you know how many, by chance, attended the district meeting for Districts 5 and 6?
Unfortunately, it was a special meeting because the way the calendar has been worked the last 2 years for the council agenda, where our budget adoption is so early in June that we haven't gotten to 5 and 6 meetings. So we've been holding special ones. We had no participation this year from the public. So depending on what we see on the calendar for next year, we'll adjust our strategy accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no other questions, would you like to move on? I believe we're starting with community services. Thank you.
And Mayor Aiken, if staff could suggest that we get through all of the presentations so that we get through all of them in a timely fashion and then open it up to questions to each one of the departments, that would be the staff recommendation.
Thank you. That would be great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. It is my pleasure to present the Community Services budget for fiscal year 25-26. Community Services is made up of 5 divisions consisting of golf, libraries, parks and capital development, recreation services, and human and neighborhood services. Community Services is proposing a budget with 103 full-time employees and 207 full-time equivalent part-time employees. We depend heavily on our part-time staff to carry out our mission. The department's proposed budget is $79.5 million. This slide shows the various funding sources that support the budget, mostly made up of the general fund, capital funds, and enterprise funds. The department's budget makes up 3.3% of the total city budget and 10% of the city's general fund budget. The proposed operating budget, inclusive of all funds, is $71.6 million. The general fund allocation for the operating budget is $52.7 million, with the remainder in other non-capital operating funds. The capital improvement budget is $7.9 million and supports all our capital projects. As mentioned, the operating budget, inclusive of all funds, is $71.6 million and is comprised of 44% personnel costs, 56% other operating expenses, and less than 1% for capital outlay and debt service. The administration budget is $1.2 million and is responsible for the oversight of the department to provide innovative and creative programs, services, and facilities that are designed to improve life in Anaheim. Throughout this presentation, you will notice the strategic plan icons identifying the goals and strategies that are being addressed through community services. The golf operations budget of $15.8 million is a fully self-supported enterprise fund. Anaheim has 2 beautiful golf courses with Dad Miller Golf on the west side and Anaheim Hills in the east that serve as community assets. The popularity of golf has continued to rise with a 5% increase this year. Golf programs include daily golf, tournaments, junior golf, lessons, restaurants, and banquet services. This year, over 165,000 rounds of golf have been played. The increase in demand and revenue has allowed us to address deferred maintenance at the 2 golf courses. We completed a major renovation of our restaurant space at Anaheim Hills Golf Club. Gallery Food and Libations opened its doors earlier this year and has become an instant hit with golfers and residents. We also renovated holes 1 and 12 at Anaheim Hills, both which needed updating, making the holes more playable and enjoyable. The Human and Neighborhood Services Division operates with a budget of nearly $9.2 million. Human Services supports the stability and well-being of Anaheim's youth, families, and older adults. Through our family resource centers, teen centers, older adult hubs, and an accessibility center, we provide meaningful opportunities for connection, learning, and growth. Neighborhood Services acts as a single point of contact for residents, helping to resolve neighborhood concerns through district meetings, community cleanups, and the Mobile Family Resource Center program. Our Older Adults program fosters social engagement to reduce isolation in partnership with over 100 local organizations, offering health and wellness programs tailored to seniors. Family Services continues to prioritize food insecurity, distributing more than 32,000 food boxes through our programs and facilities. The Mobile Family Resource Center program, in collaboration with community partners, made over 14,000 resident contacts, connecting our underserved families with essential resources. Finally, the Project Say Youth Development Program engaged more than 2,100 teens across junior high and high schools, providing leadership and enrichment opportunities that support healthy development. The library division budget is $18 million and consists of 7 branch libraries, heritage services, Founders Park, mobile library services, and books on the go. This year, our libraries had over 5.4 million patron visits and circulated over 1 million items. In addition, there were over 146,000 participants attending specialized programs for all ages throughout the library system. Our libraries promoted literacy and community engagement through its summer reading program, enrolling over 4,000 participants. In Heritage Services, we welcomed attendees to the 2nd annual Native Art Festival, a vibrant celebration of Indigenous art, food, literacy, and interactive activities for all. And Anacon, Anaheim's library's celebration of sci-fi and comics, drew over 1,800 fans, while the OC Zine Fest marked its 10th anniversary with nearly 2,000 visitors. The Parks Division budget is $14.7 million and is committed to providing clean, safe parks, trails, and recreational facilities. With the opening of 2 new parks this year, we now maintain 68 parks spanning over 475 acres, plus an additional 325 acres of natural parks and trails. Our 64 playgrounds promote physical activity, social development, and healthy lifestyles for children and families. Our parks are valuable amenities that enhance the quality of life in our community. To help protect and grow our urban forest, we planted 171 new trees in our parks and provided 600 shade trees to residents through the Tree Power program. This year, we supported active use of our parks by issuing 490 athletic field permits to sports organizations and 695 picnic shelter permits for residents to enjoy gatherings in our beautiful parks. We also completed 10 park improvement projects with the replacement of old and damaged benches, sidewalks, lighting, and landscaping. Recreation Services operates with an annual budget of $12.6 million, supporting a wide range of programs that promote personal growth, health, and community engagement. These services are accessible to residents of all ages and abilities and are delivered in parks, community centers, and neighborhoods citywide. Recreational activities include preschool and after-school programs, special interest classes, day camps, aquatics, sports leagues, cultural arts programs, and special events. In partnership with Public Works, Pearson Park Amphitheater received new lighting, sound system, and wooden pergolas in preparation for its 100th birthday in 2027. Over 125,000 attended community events such as Fall Festival, July 4th, tree lightings, and outdoor concerts at Pearson Park Amphitheater and parks across the city. We continue to invest in our parks by adding new facilities and improving existing amenities. This year, we opened Center Greens, and Little Pine Park will officially open on Friday. We've added new playgrounds at Paul Revere, Riverdale, and Canyon Rim Parks, giving families even more places to play and connect. Another exciting addition was the opening of La Palma Park Promenade that transformed the corridor into a safe and beautiful route for active transportation and features a new beautiful art mural. Key projects for the upcoming year include the development of a new skate park at Boysen Park, making the first phase of broader park renovation. Also on the horizon is River Park, which will become Anaheim's 69th park, with construction scheduled to start next summer. The Haskett Library Makerspace is scheduled to open August 9th and will serve as a creative hub designed to foster innovation and hands-on learning. Lastly, progress continues on transforming the Santa Ana River into the future OC Riverwalk, an iconic regional destination connecting people, parks, and entertainment. This year, the project received $1.2 million in funding from the Coastal Conservancy to support ongoing design efforts. Improvements at La Palma Park are moving forward, with the west side of the park being designed to accommodate soccer, special events, and everyday recreation, enhancing the park's role as a versatile community space. Construction of the city's third splash pad will begin at Brookhurst Park, offering another fun, family-friendly water play area for residents. Continuing a long-standing partnership, the city is teaming up with Kaboom for the 18th time to build a new playground, this time at Maxwell Park. At the heart of every project, program, and facility is our commitment to serving the people of Anaheim. Through parks, libraries, special events, and more, Community Services works every day to enrich lives and build connections. Thank you for your continued support in making Anaheim a stronger, more vibrant community. At this time, I will turn it over to our Housing and Community Development Director, Grace Stepter.
Thank you, Shawnee. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Housing and Community Development Budget. In alignment with the city's strategic plan, our mission is to enhance livability in Anaheim by connecting businesses and job seekers through workforce development, overseeing homeless services that balance community safety with compassionate support, funding nonprofits and city partners to support community-focused initiatives, and addressing the diverse needs of those who live and work in Anaheim. The department is staffed by 83 full-time and 5 part-time employees. The HCD budget represents 8.5% of the city's total budget. Our budget is just slightly under $206 million in total. The majority of these funds derive from federal and state entitlement and or grant funds. The department now also receives an allocation of $14 million in general funds, which equates to 7% of our total available funding. The general funds in our budget are largely used to reimburse the Salvation Army for the provision of the 325 emergency beds in our city. The lion's share of the funds administered by HCD are held by the Anaheim Housing Authority, and our largest housing authority program is the Housing Choice Voucher Program. More than 50% of the department's proposed fiscal year 25-26 expenditures, or $121 million, will be dispersed as rental assistance payments. There is a 12% change in operating expenditures for the department. This change is largely attributed to the closure of COVID-era programs and a reduction in planned acquisitions in our development section. The increase in capital improvements is associated with development activities to begin at the Store One site. As the slide depicts, resources administered by HCD are largely deployed directly into programs. Our labor costs are contained at 8%, with 92% of our total budget going directly to reimburse a variety of service providers for community uses. The department is supported by a small administrative section that includes the director and administrative analyst in our fiscal team. Costs in this area are largely unchanged, except for legal and consulting costs, all associated with our development activities. The workforce development team includes 12 employees. Labor costs have increased as a result of planned citywide pay rate adjustments. Other operating costs remain constant. Expenses in this area include reimbursement for career training programs, youth employment wages, and case management services necessary to achieve state and federal goals for this team. This past year, the workforce team led 18 recruitment events, interfaced with over 200 Anaheim business to increase visibility and job opportunities, assisted 87 adult dislocated workers to connect to training and or job placement, and supported 312 youth with career training and or paid summer employment opportunities. The Housing Authority is the arm of the department that administers our various housing programs. There are 54 employees assigned to these programs, with the largest complement, that is 45 employees, assigned to the administration of the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. Staffing costs are budgeted at $9.3 million, and $141 million is allocated to operations. Within the operating line, expenses include rental assistance payment directly to Section 8 landlords in the amount of $121 million, and the remaining is for development activities. The changes in the operating and capital outlay budgets are largely due to the timing of development activities. In federal fiscal year 24-25, the HCD adopted budget included costs for the purchases of the Rainbow Inn, and it was later amended to include an additional $4 million for the purchase of the Kettle Motel. For fiscal year 25-26, there are no planned site acquisitions at this time. However, if an opportunity site comes to line, staff will return for a budget adjustment. Achievements in this section for this year include working with development partners to secure $135 million in state and federal development funds, thus reducing the city's assistance. Providing loans to developers for an additional 167 affordable housing apartment units. Providing rental assistance to over 6,700 families, representing full utilization of our Section 8 funds. And maintaining a high performer status in the eyes of HUD for the administration of the Section 8 program. The Grants Management and Homeless Initiative section is a 9-person team. This team is tasked with monitoring diverse state and federal grants and overseeing the Anaheim homeless system of care, 2 areas that contribute significantly to enhancing livability in Anaheim. A notable change in this group is in the labor category and is directly related to the addition of personnel to manage new grants, primarily in support of the Access and Homeless Encampment Resolution programs. This work group effectively managed the Anaheim homeless system of care, which has grown to include programming for hard-to-serve homeless population, such as the 350 participants now involved in the Access program. They have also supported the work of nonprofit teams and secured $13 million in new funding. This team also successfully administered $25 million in state and federal ongoing grants. Combined, these grants have supported services to over 69,000 individuals in Anaheim this past year. This includes youth and recreational programs, social services for seniors, families who made use of the mobile bookmobile, and who have visited remodeled parks under the direction of community services. The combined efforts of the HCD team to address homelessness led to several key achievements this year. They conducted outreach to over 1,270 individuals experiencing homelessness in Anaheim public spaces. Provided prevention services to 179 individuals and families, helping them to avoid housing destabilization. Assisted 129 households with rapid rehousing, and supported 585 people through emergency shelter services. The Housing Authority rental assistance programs continue to play an integral part in the system of care in Anaheim. These programs provide both short and long-term rental assistance. This past year, 86 households received short-term rental assistance, defined as 24 months or less. 104 households were assisted through the Section 8 VASH program, a program that is uniquely for veterans. And 236 homeless individuals and families were supported to remain permanently housed under the Emergency Housing Choice Voucher program. Under our development activities, the most recently completed site, Miraflores, is now fully leased to 87 low-income families. The Azure Apartments, with 89 units, will reopen in October 2025 as permanent supportive housing. The site was previously used as an interim shelter. Work has begun at the corner of Beach and Lincoln on a new 47-unit senior affordable housing development. Completion is anticipated in late 2026. The department also expects to release requests for qualifications in the next few months to identify a master developer for one of our largest site with approximately 6 acres, which we call internally the Karcher site. And we will also begin to issue requests for proposals for sites near Beach and Ball. In the upcoming year, the department will implement new programs under the umbrella of the Anaheim Local Housing Trust Fund. These programs include new down payment assistance program and continuing work on supporting the development of new affordable rental units. The department is closely tracking federal budget developments, given their significant impact on our funding. While current planning assumes a stable support, we're aware of proposals that might alter projections and will continue and will communicate any material changes accordingly. Thank you to the council for your steadfast support of our work and to Team HCD for your unwavering commitment to serving Anaheim. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Public Works Director Rudy Umami.
Thank you, Grace. Good afternoon, Mayor Aiken and members of the City Council. Your Public Works team is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for our residents throughout the city. Public Works provides comprehensive services to meet the city's complex infrastructure needs, as well as serving as a resource to city departments to ensure we all provide world-class service to our community. On behalf of our team, it is my pleasure to share the department's core services, proposed budget, and some project highlights. Our core services showcase our mission of planning, building, and preserving our Anaheim community for today and future generations. We plan improvements that will provide the necessary roadway, storm drain, and sewer capacity and promote alternative modes of mobility. The department's proposed budget includes 256 full-time staff and 52 part-time FTEs. The Public Works proposed budget is $298 million, which is 12% of the total city budget and 7% of the general fund. Significant funding sources for our department include restricted funds such as our enterprise funds for sanitation and special revenue funds, including those related to gas tax and Measure M2 funding. Internal services funds for fleet and facility make up 18%. The general fund only makes up 12% of our total department budget. The department's proposed budget can be seen here by division. The capital improvements budget is increasing by 21% due to the timing of multi-year capital projects. I will provide more detail on the variances for the divisions in the upcoming slides. As you can see, the bulk of the operating budget is spent on the other operating category, which primarily includes expenses for solid waste and other contracts and IGS charges. Labor makes up 24%, and capital outlay and debt services make up the remaining 11%. Next, I'll quickly review our operating divisions, starting with Administration and Financial Services. The Administration and Financial Services Division provides planning and management of the department, budgeting, accounting, and administrative support services, including engineering records and commuter services. Engineering services includes design, development services, construction permits, and traffic and transportation. The operating budget is decreasing by 23% due to the reallocation of insurance charges from engineering to the operation division. The capital outlay budget is decreasing due to the completion of a capital project in the current year. Public Works Operations performs maintenance for residential streets and sidewalks, street trees, signs, and traffic systems. Operations also provides sanitation services, street sweeping, and administers the Anaheim Resort Maintenance District. There was a 12% increase in labor costs due to contractually obligated salary and benefit increases, as well as the addition of 9 personnel. Of these new positions, 1 will support the HALO program and be funded by the general fund. The remaining positions are funded through enterprise and restricted transportation funds. The operating budget is increasing by 6% due to the reallocation of insurance charges from engineering to operations. Fleet and Facility Services maintains and repairs automotive and other equipment, in addition to providing safe and structurally sound buildings and grounds. This year, the city of Anaheim was recognized as number 26 in the nation by the 100 Best Fleets in the Americas program. This program honors top-performing public and commercial fleet operations. Increases are due to contractually obligated salary and benefit adjustments, along with the addition of one vehicle technician. In 2020, the City Council approved the transition from Care Ambulance Services to an Anaheim-run emergency transportation model. The program now operates 18 ambulances, creating the need for an additional vehicle technician to ensure reliable service. The capital outlay budget is decreasing by 33% due to the vehicle replacement schedule. Construction Services inspects and surveys all capital improvement projects, inspects privately funded right-of-way improvements, and manages contracts for all capital projects to ensure contract compliance. Labor is increasing by 12% due to salary and burden increases and the addition of one construction contract specialist, which will be revenue offset. Next, I'll be highlighting various projects throughout the Public Works Department. Beach Boulevard is the multi-departmental effort to revitalize Beach Boulevard and is one of many actions taken by Public Works to meet the strategic plan goal of investing in infrastructure by improving major street corridors. Our Public Works team is concentrating on this corridor with median landscaping, traffic system upgrades, sidewalk repairs, and signage enhancements. Work will be phased to coordinate with utility projects, starting with irrigation, planting, and lighting on medians before resurfacing. The department currently maintains approximately 47,000 residential and arterial street trees citywide. In order to enhance tree maintenance, we're planning to increase the trimming schedule for the city's palm trees from every 2 years to annually. Rather than seeking additional funds, we're carefully reviewing our existing budget to identify efficiencies and cost savings, and our goal is to implement this improvement without impacting other essential city services. In an effort to provide greater transparency on the pruning cycles for different areas of the city, Public Works has published the citywide tree pruning schedule on the city's website. The information displays the current citywide schedule as well as a planned schedule for the next 5 years. To continue enhancing the appearance, safety, and overall quality of life in our public spaces and critical corridors, the city has established a new weekend cleanup program in conjunction with the existing HALO program. This collaborative approach has proven successful, resulting in the removal of 278 tons of debris this year. That is equivalent to a fully loaded Boeing 747. Our team is also designing and constructing improvements on Brooker Street from Ball Road to La Palma Avenue. The primary focus is to enhance safety through raised landscape medians to control vehicular movements and reduce conflict points. Additional improvements include bike lane safety measures, concrete and parkway repairs, and pavement resurfacing. And in order to reduce broadside and rear end collisions, protected left turn signal phasing will be implemented at 4 of the intersections shown on this slide. Public Works continues to focus on our community by addressing aging infrastructure throughout city neighborhoods. This year, we'd like to highlight the Woodsboro neighborhood in District 6, which was successfully completed using all in-house staff. Utilizing in-house resources allows for greater cost efficiency, quality control, and flexibility in project delivery. The Neighborhood Improvement Program map illustrates the long-term planning that takes place years in advance to prioritize and deliver improvements in the areas with the greatest needs. These projects aim to improve the existing right-of-way, including essential infrastructure improvements. This year also marked the completion of the Avenida and Perry Way neighborhood projects in District 6 and the Beth Jackson neighborhood project in District 5. Looking ahead in the upcoming year, the Norma Juno neighborhood project in District 2 will be completed. The Lincoln Avenue widening between East and Evergreen will transform the street from 4 to 6 lanes. These improvements will enhance traffic flow, accommodate current and future traffic volumes, and align with the city's general plan. Additionally, the project will include raised landscape medians to improve aesthetics and reduce cross-traffic risks. New sidewalk segments on Acacia Street, La Palma Avenue, Frontera Street, and Santa Canyon Road will address critical sidewalk gaps while improving pedestrian safety. Public Works plays a vital role in maintaining the infrastructure and services that our community relies on daily. Through outreach efforts, we aim to showcase our impact and engage with residents to cultivate a shared sense of pride and responsibility in shaping our community. Thank you for your attention, and at this time, we'll hold questions, and I'll hand it off to the electrifying Utilities General Manager, Dooku Lee.
Thank you very much, Rudy, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. On behalf of our employees, I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 26 budget for Anaheim Public Utilities. Our core services include delivering high-quality water and electricity to our customers. Our employees work diligently to support residents and businesses with their daily utility needs. Whether answering calls, hosting neighborhood events, or improving our systems, we want our customers to know the value of having employees who care about the community that they serve. Our proposed budget reflects investments in 6 strategic priorities that drive our operations, maintenance activities, and reliability projects, while aligning with the city's strategic plan for supporting public safety, being fiscally responsible, and investing in infrastructure. This video shows hot washing at one of our high-voltage substations to remove dust and debris. This is one example of how our staff works safely to ensure that our systems are reliable and in good working condition. This year, we are proposing an increase of 5 full-time positions. 4 are to support increasing development activity, where we need additional engineering and inspection staff to meet aggressive schedules with reimbursements for the services provided. Additionally, 1 position is to support necessary water maintenance activities such as pipeline repairs, fire hydrant testing, and exercising water valves. Our proposed budget is $758 million, or about 31% of the city budget. As the finance director mentioned, from the less than 1% from the general fund is primarily for energy to provide street lighting to our community, and the balance is to reimburse our call center to answer 311 calls. This slide shows the department breakdown. The operating budget reflects cost increases to purchase wholesale water and power, and at 2.4% variance, the operating budget remains relatively stable. The largest variance is reflected in our capital program, where ongoing multi-year projects are budgeted in the year they are authorized, and unspent funds are carried over into the amended budget until the projects are complete. The proposed $133 million capital budget reflects significant new investments in utility infrastructure, reflecting a 13% increase from the prior year. The overall department budget is 4% higher than last year. The majority of our operating budget includes wholesale water and power supplies, as well as contracts and services that make up the other operating category. Our debt service payments spread the cost of physical assets over their useful life and keep rates stable and are within industry benchmarks for municipal utilities, so we are not overly reliant on debt. Labor costs are at 13%, and capital outlays in the operating budget are related to items such as vehicles, facility improvements, and technology subscriptions. We have 5 divisions in the utility. Administration and risk includes our customer service groups. The reduction in the customer service budget is due to the completion of technology upgrades, as well as a decrease in anticipated uncollected debt. Over the past year, we helped customers in need with payment plans, extensions, and provided $4.7 million in bill assistance from our own as well as external sources. Mutual aid is essential for regional utilities during emergencies. In January, we answered a call from Glendale Water and Power after 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts caused widespread outages and wildfires in the neighboring LA communities. We also perform regular inspections to ensure that our systems are fully functional, and our field employees conduct regular training exercises with other departments. In water services, we invest in sustainable supplies with our wholesalers, recognizing that droughts occur periodically in Southern California. In 2024, we completed the first 2 phases of the groundwater treatment project, restoring full access to our local aquifer, which is our lowest cost resource. Reliability initiatives include maintenance inspections and upgrade of water facilities. The capital budget decrease reflects the completion of the groundwater treatment program at 14 well sites and previously awarded pipeline projects. New capital projects will focus on facility improvements and replacing aging infrastructure. In our electric division, we continue to install or upgrade streetlights based on requests from the customers and other city departments. We added over 700 streetlights this year, bringing our total to 24,000 that illuminate neighborhoods like Alberta and major streets like State College. We have an active maintenance program to inspect our electric assets, and our crews respond around the clock to safely restore service. Capital projects require equipment for reliability improvements to expand the grid and support new developments. We are also collaborating with city finance and industry partners to address ongoing supply chain challenges. The proposed capital budget includes a new substation, infrastructure replacements, and new circuits to support development projects. Our Finance and Energy Resources Division manages wholesale power purchases and uses financial tools to keep our rates affordable. As a result, residential electric bills are 40% lower than nearby areas, and water bills are 30% below the Orange County average. Financial management costs are increasing due to administrative and professional services to secure new contracts for renewable power and to update our comprehensive resource plan that we submit to the state for regulatory compliance. In the technology area, the lower proposed budget is due to the prior year award of a new asset management system and work order system that is in development. Debt service costs are reflective of scheduled payments, which help to partially fund our aggressive capital program. And for our power supplies, later this year, we will reach a major milestone when we will no longer have coal in our portfolio. Our general services administers our efficiency programs, helping residents and businesses reduce usage and save money on their bills, as well as back office functions. In the community and sustainability area, reductions reflect the professional services and exhibits for the Sustainability Education Center were previously awarded as we finish up construction and prepare for activation. The increase for the Anaheim West Tower budget line item is due to planned elevator modernization project. Community engagement is an important way for us to share program information and connect directly with our customers at nearly 90 events over this past year. And we also reached 4,400 students through our partnerships with local educators. We have focused programs for elementary, junior high, high school, and college-age students with the same goal to introduce them to rewarding careers by serving their community. Highlights reflect alignment with the citywide strategic plan. This year, we provided over 400 dusk to dawn lights to homes and businesses to address dark spots on their properties. Feedback has been very positive, especially after safety walks with residents, Anaheim Police, and other city staff that identified needed improvements. We're also working closely with other departments to support the OC Vibe development. Utility infrastructure is under construction for the new venues, with costs reimbursed by the developer. For the groundwater treatment program, we were awarded a $10 million state grant to help us offset the capital costs. The first two phases are fully operational, and we're now in design for the final phase. Progress continues on major undergrounding projects, including Beach Boulevard and Nutwood Cerritos, where civil construction is nearly complete and electrical installations are underway. The telecommunications ordinance approved by the City Council is making a difference as we're seeing much more activity in removing remaining overhead lines on projects. For the proposed budget year, as we're nearing the completion of the Sustainability Education Center, school districts are eager to bring students to learn about water and energy sustainability, and a dedication event is planned for this fall. As part of our wildfire mitigation efforts, we are working with Anaheim Fire and Rescue to explore new technologies and review our water system for operational and physical improvements. We are also beginning the construction on undergrounding 7 segments in the high fire threat zones. Substations are the heart of our electric system, and we are upgrading aging infrastructure and planning to expand the Vermont substation to meet growing demand. We're also proposing to replace a 50-year-old building that supports our field crews and maintenance activities with a new facility. Other improvements at our yard include installing a block wall along the rail line to address vandalism and wire theft, as the elegant plywood solution has not been effective. So we'd like to thank you for your support of our employees, and we're all available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We have an opportunity right now if any council colleagues have questions. If not, we will go into public comment on the budget workshop, and then there will be an opportunity to ask questions after public comment. So seeing no initial comments, can we please call the first several speakers for public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 cards that want to address the City Council on the workshop. The first speaker, Janine Robbins. If she can please step up at this time, and the time limit is 3 minutes per speaker.
For the general fund, come from TOT. I have a couple questions. On the short-term rentals, how do you verify the income from the short-term rentals? Do you get reports from Airbnb? Do you get reports from VRBO? The city has approximately 220 legally operating short-term rentals, yet there are thousands. There are entire buildings in Platinum Triangle that the leasing agents are operating as short-term rentals that have not been closed down. That is millions, millions of dollars that you're losing every year. So how is the income audited? How do you determine how much they pay? Is it the honor system? Maybe you should check on that and see about closing down the illegally operating ones in the meantime. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mike Robbins.
I'll try and make it quick. We're $60 million under budget this year. We've been under budget for many years. I noticed in LA, they were under budget about similar to us related to the residents, and they laid off a few thousand workers. So it might be appropriate to lay off the same amount of workers as other cities do when they're under budget like this. And I do want to remind you again as we come up with the budget anywhere, and as I always bring up, we're about 200 firefighters short of properly staffed for the size of our city and the fire problems that could occur. And let me knock on wood here. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, we had just received another one, Mark Herbert, if you can step up at this time.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. There was no availability of the written budget. Here it sits. It's difficult for the public to engage without a copy of the budget. It was not available at the previous workshops. The schedule of the workshops in the budget process skewed towards the end. It's going to be voted on next week. And the budget hearings for the community have pretty much been the last month. Now, that's not the same access as some of the large interest groups in the city have. And I guess that's why Anaheim's referred to as a company town. Take, for example, page 188 of the budget. I just found out today that the much talked about OC Riverwalk is projected to cost $200 million. You're looking for outside funding, but mission creep is not unfamiliar in terms of Anaheim. And in this year's budget, as tight as it is, there's $500,000 for the OC Riverwalk. Now you're going to say, what's the problem? That's a grant. Well, the staff's time, those grants don't fall from the sky. They take time to research. And that research should be focused on housing. Everybody looks to the payoff of the LPMR bonds, $127 million. Three numbers that stuck out in the presentation today were three areas that aren't going to be there after this year. $20 million from the Hilton to sell the Hilton parking structure, $10 million that was saved for future deficits, and the COVID deficit bond. That's going to be over half the money that you're anticipating from the LPMR. In terms of housing, let's not forget the target is 9,100 affordable units, and the presentation here is we're working on 454. There's 4 years left in the housing element. I don't think we're going to make it. I'll continue the theme of this is a company town in the public comments at the city council meeting.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person comments. And to note for the record, we didn't receive any public comments electronically on the budget.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from council for our esteemed panel? Start with Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Campos-Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I appreciate everybody for your presentation. And I think we mixed it up a little bit this year, and you guys went first, so I'm a fan of that. Shawnee, a question for you. On page 15 of your presentation, you mentioned some park improvement projects. Mindful of where we are in the budget and kind of the outlook for the next couple of years, I just wanted to ask if you had, and you don't have to present it today, but I just wanted to ask if you had a potential list of projects for the upcoming, additional projects for the upcoming year.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember. We always have lists of projects. We have needs all across the city, and so we actually, based upon community input, based upon staff's observations, based upon age of equipment, facilities, new demands for amenities or new facilities, we have a comprehensive list and separated out by districts, and we just need the funding to go with it.
And on that note, so I just wanted to put it on your radar, and I think I've talked to the city manager's office a little bit. So first of all, I want to say thank you to all the city staff that's worked over at Chaparral Park and some of the unhoused individuals, drug use, prostitution, and a lot of the stuff that we were seeing over there in that park. Based on feedback from residents, there's been a lot of improvement over there, and I appreciate that. What's been of most concern recently has been the status of the bathrooms at Chaparral Park, where there are no doors, making it kind of difficult for both parents and kids to fully enjoy the park. And I know some of that is related to some of the issues we were facing earlier, but I just wanted to put that on your radar, as well as the playground at Chaparral and the basketball courts that are in need of some TLC. So again, mindful of where we are on the budget, just wanted to throw that out there for you to see if that's something we might be able to take a look at if the budget allows for the upcoming year. For housing, Grace, I appreciate all the work that your team does. And then slide 34 of your presentation really just highlights kind of the innovative approach that we're taking as a city to try to help out as many people as we possibly can here in our community. So just want to give a huge shout out to your department and your entire team. Public Works, you're always there. We appreciate you. Two questions for you. So you mentioned the street median improvements and street rehabilitation, and I know that we received a grant or are going to receive a grant for brokers. Just wanted to connect with you to see if we have a timeline for that project.
Certainly for that grant, we have to submit paperwork to Caltrans to get an authorization to proceed the design work, which we're hoping to get by the end of this year or early next year. Design will probably take about 12 to 18 months from there, and then we would proceed with construction after that.
Got it. Okay. And then I know that I had brought this up to you. Residents have brought up the concern of potentially adding a signal over at Niobe, so just wanted to put that out on your radar as well as we're looking at the entire plan for that corridor. And then Magnolia and Broadway, I wanted to triple confirm for residents in that area that we're able to do the left turn signal. That's happening as we speak, right? Or at least the process to get that going.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then public utilities, I appreciate all you do, and you are a very fast reader, Dooku, and we appreciate you. Appreciate the entire public utilities team, and I'll take the opportunity for the entire city staff that's here. I know that we're talking the budget, and we're looking at the next couple of years of potential uncertainty, hopefully not, knock on wood, but just wanted to reiterate how appreciative I am, and I'm sure my colleagues echo that comment of all the work that you all do on a day in, day out basis, really making a true difference in our community. So I appreciate all of you, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. I too appreciate all the work that our employees do. Phenomenal work supporting our community. Just have a couple of brief questions. On the housing front, Scepter, what programs are we in danger of losing if the federal government closes down some of the things they're talking about closing down?
Certainly, and thank you for that question. And, I will preface by saying that, things are ongoing, so we don't have tangible, concrete, we know these are proposals that we are hearing about, and they're changes from time to time. Based on the current information that we have, from the, I think, first the skinny budget and then the more detailed budget was the programs that we believe to be in jeopardy would be the Community Development Block Grant in its entirety, the home program, which is one of our few federal sources of funding for gap financing. Also, at this time, again, very, very preliminary, gone in its entirety. And then other combinations of things that we run a probably smaller known program called Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS and Emergency Solutions Grants. And these are part of homeless programs, and so a lot of conversations about consolidating those programs, and as part of that consolidation, potential reduction in funding levels. And then lastly, and probably the one that we're most concerned about, would be the Section 8 program. Here on the Section 8 program, we have not heard any discussions about that program being wholesale eliminated. So certainly that is positive. What our hearing is, again, funding reductions, and those vary anywhere from 30 to 40%, and a couple of other policy changes, which would be eliminating any form of assistance to mixed families, which are those with mixed immigration status, and implementation of work requirements and time limits. So those are the things that we're tracking in relation to our programs.
Thank you. Many of the nonprofits we work with depend on some of those grants. Which are the ones, please remind me, which ones did we give out this year?
So the Community Development Block Grant, we can use 15% of that grant for nonprofits. I can recite some off the top of my head. I know we do Creative Identities, Alzheimer's, Services, YMCA, Boys and Girls Club. Shawnee is, a lot of them are supported through the initiatives of community services. So she's rattling them off. So I think maybe I'll phone a friend and ask her to complete the list.
Wow, I'm on the spot here. If there were a few more, Access Cal Services, Senior Serve for Meals on Wheels, I'm gonna phone a friend. As well as the Dale McIntosh Center and the Legal Aid Society. And there may be a few other ones that we're missing.
Yeah, I'd include in that would be the Fair Housing Counseling, which we've relied on for tenant assistance.
Very sad if we were to lose any of those. Please let us know if there's anything we can do in the form of letters or calls to support. Let me see if I had any more questions for, no, that was housing. Public Works, you mentioned something interesting. Having on the website the schedule for tree trimming and tree pruning. So many of the calls that I know I get and other council members have mentioned are residents who are asking their trees to be trimmed and so forth. So you said it's going to be on the website?
It actually is on the website. We implemented about 2 years ago. That was a request of Councilmember Rubalcaba. And we put in all of our trees in GIS, and anyone can go in and look at their tree right in front of their house, see the type of tree it is, when was the last time it was trimmed, and when it is planned to be trimmed
When it's
again.
scheduled, and where can we find that?
So the easiest way is just to go to the Anaheim.net website, and in the search bar, just type in tree trimming schedule.
Thank you, so that everybody can hear that and go to the website to take a look at that information. Thank you. Regarding public utilities, I know you're always working to tighten that budget up, but I noticed that you were not asking for as much money for customer services. What changes are you going to make in customer services?
There's two major reductions there. One is that we awarded a technology upgrade to our customer information system previously. And so because projects are awarded and then carried over, we don't need additional funding for that since it was previously budgeted. And the second part of that is we're anticipating a lower amount in terms of uncollected debt. Those are payments that just don't come to fruition, people just not paying their bills. And so because we do have supportive services and we do have ways to give them extensions or payment plans, we're finding that people are getting a little bit better at paying their bills.
That's good, thank you. And let me see if I think I have one other short. In community services, in a couple of departments, you've showed a small increase in the budget. Can you give me some examples of what you plan to do, especially in the area of neighborhood services, and why the increase?
So I can report that we have a flat budget, and so any increases that you might see are nominal. They may be attributed to labor increases, but we are continuing with our current service levels. We have no reductions. We will have carryover monies for our senior mobility program as well as our mobile family resource center. Those are both 2 grant programs. So we are moving forward with a status quo budget. So there won't be any decreases. We will also be addressing items in our youth, families, and senior surveys that results that had come in. We're going to try and we already have plans to include some new programming within our current budget levels, and then putting plans together to propose some future budget potential items in the future. So
thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Meeks, and then Councilmember Moss.
Grace, we were supposed to see some funding from the state for mental health services and mental health housing through Prop A, I believe. I mean, areas were, not necessarily Anaheim. Can you tell me, is that something that we will see in the future? Are we going after any of that money? Is it something that will help maybe offset some of our housing issues?
The Proposition 1 money
Proposition 1, that's it.
is at this time competitive. We're working with our primary partner right now in going after those funds has been the Salvation Army. They have looked at a number of different proposals in an effort to get drug treatment beds that would help. The long-term plan would be hopefully offset some of the shelter costs by providing emergency shelter beds, but just with increased services on the paid for by Proposition 1. They are competitive though, and so we do continue to work with them on that, and hopefully later this year, the latest round of Prop 1 applications is due in October, and so we have been told by them that they are working on that. We will be bringing it to you to fully flesh out, and if it makes sense for us, ask you to support.
I hope we get some of that money. And then I just wanted to reiterate Councilmember Leon's request regarding the bathrooms in the parks, and I had mentioned that a couple of months ago. It has recently come to my attention that we don't have doors in a number of these for ADA reasons, and they're aging and they're older. I would like to see just a memo on what is the status of the bathrooms in our parks, and you know, where do we need upgrades, and kind of what's a general budget number. Are there any, and then also, is there any grant opportunities? I mean, Kaboom builds playgrounds, which are fun and exciting and make for good photos, but bathrooms are clearly an integral part of our park facilities, and I would like to make sure that they are available for our residents.
Yes, and we do have several restrooms in our inventory that are quite a few years old, and they are on a list of facilities that need replacement. I will tell you, we have been replacing restrooms annually for several years now. We currently have a project, we're replacing the Rio Vista Park restrooms. So we'll definitely provide you a memo with all of that information. But the number of restrooms without bathroom doors is, there are a few left in there because they are with the old, but not as many.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for Community Services and one for Public Works. So starting with Community Services, in regards to the needs assessment survey that was done, the youth and older adult survey, what recommendations are being prioritized? And if you can just share that.
Well, to be honest with you, we prioritized all of them. We have been studying and putting plans together based upon the results related to the survey. So in terms of youth and families, I've got long lists of plans that we've already started implementing based upon our current programming levels, based upon some of the feedback that we received. And then we also have groups working and putting together plans that we would love to be able to implement in the future. It's a pretty long list. I'd be happy to provide you with a memo with more detailed information. Otherwise, I'm happy to go through some of this right now.
A memo would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. But that does lead into my second question. A very common question I get is about our senior center. And I know it's nothing that's going to come quickly. But what is the timeline or the process for evaluating where a senior center may be placed?
Absolutely. So we all know that there is a high demand for a standalone senior center in Anaheim. We have known that and have plans for different locations where a senior center would be a great service. We've also this past year have expanded our offerings of senior programs across the city. So we really want to take a look at where we currently have services and where our needs are. At this time, we don't actually have a funding source to build a new facility. So that means we need to take this time to plan and strategize and be ready. So once a funding source, a grant, LPMR, anything else comes out, that we will be ready to take advantage of that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And then for Public Works, Rudy, a quick question for you. When we do have millions of dollars earmarked towards streets, bridges, sidewalks, signals, how do we prioritize the projects? Is it by urgency, equity, businesses, or safety?
Councilmember Maz, all of the above. A lot of times, well, first, let me just say that if it's a safety issue, that's paramount, and that'll be taken care of right away. Other issues, depending on the type of project it is and depending on the color of money. For example, Safe Routes to School program that's specific to pay for sidewalks. So when people see us building sidewalks out there when they think we should be building something else, it's because we can't use that money for something else. It has to be spent on sidewalks. And then we also have master plans. So for example, our sewer systems and storm drain systems, we know where we have deficiencies or we have areas that require high levels of maintenance because some lines might be undersized or old or damaged. And to reduce that maintenance cost, we'll prioritize the replacement of those systems. Resurfacing streets, we do a pavement management plan that we do or perform every 2 years to assess the quality of our pavements. And then that system has a scientific method to give us a schedule of where we can get the most bang for our buck. But then when we know where those areas are, we also have to take into consideration other projects. For example, if utilities is going to do an undergrounding project, certainly 2 or 3 years out, we don't want to pave that street this year if it's going to be cut open. So we'll coordinate with future projects as well as other agencies or neighboring cities. If they have a project upcoming, we'll partner with them and raise the level of priority on that project. And intersections are the same way. If we start to have issues in intersections or higher levels of a certain type of accident, we're able to go after highway safety grants that are specific to improving our intersections or timing of intersections. So a lot of it is the color of money and the timing. And then also a lot of community feedback. So as we do community meetings and we start to hear from our community where they're having issues, then that's another point that we would use to prioritize our projects.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to your department. Very responsive whenever I have community concerns. So I echo my colleagues' appreciation for all of the departments and our staff here in the city of Anaheim.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. First, I kind of like to begin by expressing my appreciation to the city manager and to our exceptional budget and finance teams. I know this is hard work, long hours, a lot of preparing to get into this budget this year. I know how much time and effort it takes to put in this budget, so thank you for that. Was also thank you to the commenters actually from the public who came in to give comment, and to the people I know that has reached out to me. It was my intent really to save most of my questions till next week, but Rudy, you are the lucky one. First off, I just want to point out 7.7 linear miles of pavement. That is a lot of pavement. So to do that in a year is, first off, excellent. But my question was, I heard you mention you were able to fund a HALO officer without the general fund. Is that correct?
Through our sanitation program.
So can we figure out a way to get two? Anyways, that's my comment, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I don't really have a lot of questions for once. I just want to thank you guys for all of the work that you're doing, and I know that our budget is pretty tight for this upcoming year, so the fact that you're still able to have all of these meaningful projects on the list is something that I am really grateful for, especially because you found money for trees and other services that are really important for our city. I do want to just mention, I know that it had been noted that, you know, we should cut back on staff, and I just have to remind our residents in Anaheim that our city is really run, and it is what it is because of the people who work for our city. So everybody within the departments that each of you represent is serving a really important purpose in Anaheim. So I would not want to ever make a decision that required us to cut any employees from the city of Anaheim. Instead, we should look to find savings in other ways. So I just want to commend you all for being able to come here with pretty much a flat year-over-year budget for the most part, except for areas where you're able to, you know, capture bonds or other grants from other sources. So thank you for all that you do, and I just want you to take that message back to your employees that we appreciate the work that they're doing, because we as council members would not be successful in serving our residents if not for the people who are here working for the city of Anaheim. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to echo those comments. You know, thank you so much for all the time you've put into these presentations, and it's always a pleasure to remind all of our great residents just how much work each department does, and to give you guys that opportunity to toot your horn. We're very, very lucky to have such a commendable staff. So this concludes our workshop. I know we have gone a little bit over, so we're going to roll right into our council meeting. So the next item, I know we had to lose our invocators, so I'm going to ask our amazing city clerk, jack of all trades, to lead our invocation, and then following that, Mayor Pro Tem Meeks will lead us in the flag salute. So please stand, if you're able.
Thank you. Lord, we give thanks for today. We give thanks for the opportunity to gather this evening. We ask for your guidance and wisdom as items are being presented and discussed for the betterment of our community and our residents. We ask for your blessing for each and every family, child, and member of this community, and for all those in the city of Anaheim that work, visit. And we ask this in your name, amen.
Thank you. Well, as we prepare to celebrate Flag Day on June 14th, I would like to take a moment to honor the American flag. Our flag is a powerful symbol that represents freedom, justice, and promise for a better future. May it always remind us of the sacrifices made to protect our liberties and the shared values that bind us together as one nation. So please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have some very special guests here today. I want to thank all of you for your patience as we go through our incredibly complex budget cycle. So I am honored today to recognize a remarkable champion whose service to our country and its history is an inspiration. Mr. Norio Oyumatsu. He is not only a proud Japanese American, but also a Korean War veteran. His service represents courage, sacrifice, and commitment to freedom. Beyond his military service, Mr. Oyumatsu has worked to preserve the voices of our Korean War veterans, educating younger generations and advocating for remembrance as well as awareness. So on behalf of the city of Anaheim, we thank you not only for your service, but for your dedication to education and remembrance. If you could please join us for a few words, if you would like, and a council photo. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Atkin, Mayor Pro Tem Meeks, and the members of the Anaheim City Council. It is a great honor for me to be here with you today to be recognized for my Korean War service 74 years ago. 1.5 million American soldiers served in the Korean War, which began on June 25, 1950, and stopped on July 27, 1953, making it one of the largest military deployments in United States history. The war, which lasted 3 years, resulted in 34,000 American fatalities, of which 247 were Japanese Americans. Since a peace treaty was never signed, the war is considered as ongoing. So it is truly a forgotten war. I am proud to be a resident of Anaheim, and you made me very happy with today's honor. Thank you very much. Picture.
And then if we could ask everybody to squeeze in just a little bit.
A little bit right here, Marvin. Right up here, guys. 1, 2. Right here. Awesome.
Thank you.
I never like to keep a military man waiting, so thank you so much for your patience. We are also proud today to recognize Wise Place, an organization near and dear to my heart as a past board member. I want to recognize their recent community opening in our neighboring city of Santa Ana. So this permanent supportive housing community will provide vital services to women going through homelessness and provide a path to stability. The new community includes extensive support services, including counseling, case management, job readiness, as well as healthcare access. So projects like this have an immeasurable impact on our communities, working to make sure that women in Orange County have a safe place to call home. And I remember when we got the funding and started working on it 7 years ago. It's amazing how quickly it has gone. So please take a tour of Wise Place, volunteer if you have time, and support their mission. We'll welcome them to Anaheim, and thank you for all you do for Orange County women and families.
Thank you so much, Mayor Aitken and the rest of the Anaheim City Council. My name is Kelsey Brewer, and Bertiel, the CEO of Wise Place, could not be here tonight. We are their development partners from Jamboree Housing, but I would just say on their behalf that it was an honor to help bring the decades of service that Wise Place has, and not only the Santa Ana community, but the broader Orange County community, and helping them create this new chapter. Their impact is immeasurable within the community, and now adding permanent supportive housing to their portfolio of services is going to allow them to help so many vulnerable women throughout Orange County. And we are honored to have been one of their partners that they trusted to help build the physical building. And what I would also say is that part of the reason that we were probably selected is because of all of the experience that we have throughout Orange County, a lot of which is here in the city of Anaheim. And so a lot of the things that we learned and needed to be able to do to deliver this beautiful project, we learned working here in the great city of Anaheim and with the amazing city staff here in Anaheim as well too. So thank you for the continued partnership everywhere we go.
Right up here. 1, 2.
So we would also like to recognize and proudly support the education of our students through a wide range of programs designed to empower and inspire the next generation. And one of those initiatives is the Anaheim Public Utilities High School Scholarship Program. It offers high school seniors the chance to pursue higher education in science, technology, engineering, and math, all of my worst subjects. So since 2018, this program has helped students better understand Anaheim's water and energy systems while exploring career opportunities in our public utility. So as part of the application process, our students submit essays outlining their career goals and unique perspectives on sustainability. To date, 22 students have received scholarships to help cover college expenses. The Anaheim Public Utilities also partners with our Housing and Community Development team to offer paid summer internships to students, giving them valuable hands-on experience and professional training. I'd like to take this opportunity to call up this year's scholarship winners to join me and my colleagues for a photo. First, Jimena Hernandez Ramos, a graduate from Magnolia High School. She will be, I paused after Magnolia High School because I knew Carlos was going to do that. She is going to be pursuing a biotechnology degree from Cal Poly Pomona.
We're going to do a few photos. Look right here first. And then if I could have everybody look right here.
And 3, 2, 1.
Now, does the family want to take a quick photo?
Right up here. 1, 2. Awesome. Stay right there.
And let us get one more, if you don't mind, with the big camera. With the families.
Yes. Up here. 1, 2.
And then one more time. Hold those smiles. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Just go over here. It's probably easier. So our next recipient is Clarissa Rubio, who recently graduated from Anaheim High School. And she's going to be pursuing a degree in computer science and engineering at UCLA.
Okay, everyone right here.
Here. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
And then another set.
All right. Great smiles. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. I think we're going to bring some family members up.
Right here for these two.
Sure.
Okay, well, if we could have everyone.
Have everyone take a step this way for me. Perfect. Just like that. Great. Awesome. Right up here. 1, 2. Beautiful. Hold there. Stay right there. Great. There we go.
And then one more time. 3, 2, 1.
Last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Ryan Wilson, who will be graduating from Esperanza High School next week. He will be attending UCI in the fall, Zot, to pursue a degree in civil engineering. Congratulations, Ryan.
All right, right up here. 1, 2. Awesome.
And then one more from me. Big smiles.
And let me just get some family. Great, thank you. Now,
All right. Awesome.
all right, we'll have everybody look right
Right up
here.
here. All right, stay there. 1, 2. Awesome.
All right, one more set.
Big smiles. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. And Ryan.
Both with all 3 students.
Got it. Yeah. And we're going to get one with all 3 students.
No, I give back. Just camera.
Yep.
All right.
Perfect.
That works. Perfect. Awesome. There you go. Perfect. All right, right up here. 1, 2. Awesome.
One more set.
Last set. With your biggest smiles, 3, 2, 1. One more. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations.
So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, could you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 this evening, recognizing June 6, 2025 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, recognizing the week of June 8th through the 14th, 2025 as National Flag Week, and recognizing the month of June 2025 as LGBTQ Pride Month.
Thank you. So now I'm going to call to order our successor agency to the Anaheim Redevelopment Agency in joint session with our City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing our agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council except for the scheduled public hearing. The public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask that you please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la secretaria municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the City Council, staff, or general public. We appreciate reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 6:09 with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:39, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can please line up at the podium. And at this time, Mayor and City Council, we have 2 speakers addressing an agenda item. The first speaker addressing agenda item 12 are Joshua Collins.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ. And first, just want to encourage everyone to give life to Jesus Christ, who died for us on the cross to save us from our sins, from hell, to give us everlasting life. Whether we're involved in sexual sins or any kind of addiction, whatever it is, Jesus sets us free and gives us a more of a purpose to do good works for him. And I'm thankful for Chrysalis and the work that they do to help people get work, of course, that are, especially people that have been homeless or in that type of situation. I'm asking maybe that the city bring the Chrysalis people, if they can, or encourage them maybe to come to Maxwell Park, the Orange Avenue side of the park, at noon on Saturdays, as CityNet has been currently doing, because we get quite a few homeless people there that we feed every Saturday, close to 60, 70 people showing up. So it'd be great to have them also there to help people get work, because that's obviously a need as well. Now, also the homeless woman that was waiting about 7 months after she spoke with CityNet, when she came here, she got housing. She's off the street now. I thank the Lord for that. Thank those that helped with that. But I'm not sure why it took 7 months when she had contacted CityNet 7 months ago or so. But it seems like after she speaks here, she gets help fast. So why is that? Why aren't they getting help? Why does it take them coming here, which obviously a lot of people can't do that. It's very difficult for some people to do that. Why does it take so long? You know, and I know there's not enough beds available for people, so I just want to encourage the council to, of course, make more beds available. We definitely need a walk-in shelter so that we can get people off the street fast. And of course, if a recession is coming, we talked about the recession earlier, homelessness increases, food insecurity increases, mental health issues increase, eviction rates increase, protests might happen. So there's all these different things happening. What are we doing to make sure that there's rent relief and that people aren't going to end up homeless that currently have housing but barely have housing right now, that are barely able to keep that? One option, one thing that might help as well, maybe create day fines, means-based fines, income-adjusted penalties. Finland, Sweden, Germany, and Switzerland all do this. And in other words, people are given fines proportionate to their income. And that way it has the same impact, right? So obviously a $50 fine is going to impact a poor person a lot worse than someone that's a millionaire. So an example, a billionaire under this system got a speeding ticket that was in the thousands of dollars. So that's one thing that we could think about, maybe to bring change, to bring resources. And of course, we need to bring an end to the misuse of tourism funds, and of course, need more accountability. I'm kind of curious why the general purpose funding went down 15%, while the capital projects went up 21%, when the general purpose has to do with housing for the homeless and things like that. So why is that going down when we have a need of 9,100 beds, or I should say affordable housing units, not beds? That doesn't make any sense to me. So we definitely need a lot of change, but thanks for letting me share.
Our next speaker, if they can please step forward.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mark Laranger. I'm the President and CEO of Chrysalis, and I appreciate Joshua's endorsement just a moment ago. I am here tonight to ask for your support of item 12, which is a lease and operating agreement to allow us to continue to provide our workforce development services in the Wildan building right next door. We moved to Orange County, or expanded into Orange County 7 years ago, and we chose Anaheim because it was the most welcoming and supportive community in this area, in the county. And we are very proud that since we opened, we've been able to help over 1,000 Anaheim residents realize the dignity and the support that comes from having a meaningful job, one that they can retain. This year alone, we've helped over 400 Anaheim residents so far, and of those, 121 of them are already working. So we have a lot of momentum in our program. We have a lot of need, unfortunately, in this community, but that's why we're here. We appreciate the community's support for the 7 years that we have been here so far, and we look forward to continuing and expanding that relationship. Thank you.
Have our next speaker please step forward.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Council, Honorable Council. I just wanted to provide a quick shout out to, I know today we'll be speaking about the Anaheim Library Board. I just want to encourage you all to give a consideration to Amanda Wortman. She has been a wonderful advocate for our residents and would be a great addition to the Anaheim Library Board. I know there are many wonderful candidates and many and the two incumbents that also have done an amazing job. So I know it's a difficult choice, but again, I'm here to advocate for Amanda. So thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes items on the agenda items. We'll now move forward to general comments. Our first speaker on general comments is Paul Hayek. Paul Hayek.
I have a suggestion. Buena Park is helping to run the shelter that's in their city. How about Anaheim help oversee and run bridges at Kramer? And by the way, Mr. Sanchez got busted with bad tires, probably out of class, and he didn't get busted by Fullerton, CHP, the sheriff. Guess who wrote him the ticket? The railroad police, Amtrak police wrote him the ticket. And let's see if we can't clean up Kramer and make it a walk-in, walk-out.
Kualitutaki, good afternoon, buenas tardes, everybody. I want to thank the City Council and everybody that's been helping with this project that's going to happen at the river on traditional lands of the Gabrieleños Tanguas and the murals at La Palma Park, Narirua Calva, District 2 also, and Little Arabia, and everything that's happening. There's a lot of changes. I've been raised here for 44 years. In Anaheim, or Anaheim, I like to pronounce the correct way. I want to take the time because I was at Westminster visiting a friend that lived in Anaheim, and I saw a monument for Mexican Americans when they were not allowed to participate in the schools. There was the Mendez case in Westminster, and I had to learn more about it. It's been a while. And I would like to maybe one day push for something, if someone can help us, maybe make a monument at the, in your district, District 3, as far as the history of how it was in Anaheim. I know Gustavo Riano made some beautiful articles as well about the Mexican-American Chicano-Chicanas were not allowed to participate at the pool. And I remember people mentioning about the history here, so it'd be really nice to maybe one day in the future, not anytime soon, I know it takes money, but to have that monument there and to show the history of how the, back then the European colonists would not allow us to swim in that pool because some of us are Mexican indigenous, Chicano indigenous. And with that, this prayer, this song, I want to sing for Governor Newsom for being attacked by Donald Trump, but I also want to pray for Donald Trump. I want to pray for them because there's a lot of crazy things happening right now in LA, and I have friends that have businesses that were attacked, you know, and people are listening and watching. Please do not use violence. No usen violencia. Esa no es la llave, es lo que ellos quieren. Ellos quieren que hagamos violencia. They want us to be violent, and we need to do this peacefully for our indigenous peoples. I know in LA and in Anaheim, we have indigenous peoples. We have a lot of people that are from Oaxaca, and like District 2, Carlos, thank you for mentioning. I saw one of your council meetings, you mentioned the Chapulines or the Oaxaqueño restaurant. Thank you so much for recognizing that. And so I want to thank Senator Ramos, Evelino Valencia. I'm so glad you're actually taking Native American history class. Thanks to Senator Ramos and Civil Member, to Congressman Lucuria, para ti también. Thank you for your work. Ay, camote, ay, camote, ay, camote. Ay, camote, ay, camote, ay, camote, ay, camote, ay, camote, toto, ay, camote, toto, ay, camote, Thank you so much, and we must work together, and let's keep making these beautiful changes. That mural at El Pollo Fino is a beautiful mural of our representation of Mexica people in the Jaguar. Thank you so much. Gracias.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto.
What's up, Mayor and City Council? And that's what happened in this video of the bank. I said, "What's up, Alex?" And these guys start talking to me and abusing me. They've been doing it a long time, but I had nothing to do. I didn't want to talk to them, just her. But anyway, Matthew 18, 15, 17 is about the importance of addressing conflicts and grievances with others privately or directly. Following a structured process that includes seeking resolution, first in private, then with witnesses, if necessary, ultimately involving the community, if the issue remains unresolved. And this is if your brother or sister sins or trespass against you, go tell him his fault between you and him alone. There's too many. That's why I just do what I do. There are so many that did against me, false arrest, family law, way back in Riverside 10, 20, 15 years ago. And it just keeps on going. And the brother doesn't listen, take one or two others along with you. I don't go to the church. I get kicked out. Why go get abused some more? You know, that's bull. And it's just like right here. Why are these so-called Christians, Fred Young and all of them, putting a case against me? And these cops arrest me for nothing. Again, it happened again with those brass knuckles. It's stupid. You know, and they may have thought they won, but I put their stuff all over the world. But anyway, so like these ears right here, I have a lot of gifts in my car, and they took everything. I give these to little girls with mothers I don't even know. I ask them wherever I go. And they're Bluetooths. They light up, and they're cute. I use them because I just want to use them. But anyway, it's like this shirt doesn't run. I don't either when they do me wrong. I stay and stand up for myself and fight. I don't use weapons. I don't use force. I use my mouth. I use social media. All over the world, these cops and everybody, I'm shaming the hell out of them. This last arrest, this guy is holding, there's a rubber in my car. He takes it in the police station and shows it to an Asian girl. What are you doing? He's a Russ. Sick. But anyway, as far as that goes, I would like to ask to get help to get a place. I'm too old to be living out in my car at 68 years old. When I worked all my life, I pay my taxes. I'm still paying child support. And I need a place to live. I can't be living out in the wilderness. So I'm asking for your help. Can you please help me? It's up to you. I'm done. Thank you.
Our next speaker, can you please step forward?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Greg Eisenman. I'm the General Manager of the Tropicana and Camelot Hotels. Nearly 2 years ago, I sat in a room with fellow hotel owners and managers representing both large and small properties, discussing how we as stakeholders in Anaheim could give back to our community. Naturally, the issue of housing was at the top of the list. This is a national crisis, and we want to do our part to help, especially for the resort workers and the employees who are the backbone of our industry. During that meeting, we discussed the idea of establishing a housing trust, a dedicated fund that would allow us to directly support housing initiatives for our community and resort workers. The proposal was met with unanimous support. Not a single person objected. In fact, several of my colleagues reached out to the members of the council at that time. And the feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and the housing trust was created. Later that year, during the approval process for Disney Forward, Ken Potrock was asked if Disney would support the hotel's effort to contribute to the housing trust. He responded yes. And yet here we are 2 years later with full support but no action. Tonight I'm asking you, our elected representatives, to stand up with us, support our efforts, help us move this initiative forward. Every month of delay is another missed opportunity to help someone in need, someone who works hard every day to make Anaheim thrive. Let's not wait any longer. Let's take action. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, representing California Wildlife Protection Alliance. I'm here tonight to comment on a recent Facebook post by Orange County Supervisor Janet Nguyen. It's very short. I'm going to read it. It says, "Please stay vigilant walking your dog. Coyotes are everywhere. In my Huntington Beach neighborhood, walking our dog, coyotes changed their howl to a bark in order to lure my dog into their pack so he could be attacked." Well, lots of comments were made in opposition to her post, including from our next speaker, Brian Kay, and by me. And I simply asked her to cite her source on this statement. I have multiple sources that say her statement is wrong, is incorrect. One of them is posted on my shirt, Project Coyote. Mayor, you met Camilla Fox a few months ago, the founder of Project Coyote. But the supervisor is just irresponsibly spewing a myth that serves to demonize our native coyotes. I resent government officials spreading false information about wildlife that has lived in Orange County for thousands of years. As people of the First Nations respectfully call them, they are the song dogs. And I have studied and defended and protected them since 1965. So I called her office and shared my concerns with one of her aides. And we'll see if she responds. I somehow suspect she won't. Lastly, again, Project Coyote has addressed this myth and has stated the best way we can avoid issues between coyotes and our pets is to be a responsible pet owner. To prevent potential conflicts, pet owners should supervise their dogs, keep them on leashes, and ensure attractants like food and trash are stored properly. Common sense, I've only been talking about this for since 2023. So I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. Quick nod to our previous speaker who was mentioning the coyotes. I make house calls and I have a customer who's 88 years old, lives in Back Bay, Newport, and she has her lovely little puppy that she loves to walk around in the neighborhood. And when I brought up coyotes, she looked at me and she went over to her right by the entryway and picked up her shillelagh and said, "I'm not afraid of any coyotes." Put it back down. So it's just a matter of awareness, keeping the public informed of what's going on. This gentleman's a wealth of information and knowledge. Please pay attention to him. Elected officials have a sworn duty to put their constituents' interests ahead of their own, said United States Attorney Bill Asila. Public money intended to assist, and I'll just leave it there, public money meant to assist. So rather than the money that Andrew Doe was given authority over to take care of his constituents, he did what he wanted to do. And it is a shame because, again, members of the public stand before you. Nobody's paying us. We're giving you this. This is a gift, a blessing. And we're giving you the opportunity, we're giving you information. He didn't ask you for money. He actually asked you for the opportunity to bless you with knowledge so that when you make a decision, you're better informed. You make a wise decision, a healthy decision, a decision that represents the people of Anaheim, not yourselves. If you have an independent issue, bring it up. Fill out a card, 3 minutes right here. Nobody's stopping you. I will personally cheer the first person who does that. On another note, please stop calling people protesters. As leaders, you're escalating a situation by doing that. They're demonstrators. By calling a group of people protesters, you tell the police, hey, these are protesters, watch out for them. You tell the people, hey, you're protesters, and you're expecting unsavory behavior. It was a shame because at the county board meeting, they were talking about using peace and decrying the public's use of violence. But I'm looking at 7 people who still find the violence of the Anaheim riot of 2012 acceptable. Not one of you has said, let's review that. Let's see if Yesenia Rojas is a hero. I mean, she stood between live ammunition and her children to save her children. and you charged her as resisting arrest, and you keep $350 from her. You continue to do that to this day. Please reconsider. Happy day. I want to hear you cheer when we speak. She speaks, I want to hear you.
Stand up, fight back. That is today's mantra. Stand up, fight back, stand up, fight back. Our neighbors are being terrorized. They are afraid to leave their homes. They are afraid to go to school. They are afraid to go to work. They are afraid to go to doctors, and they're afraid to go to hospitals, afraid to go get food. Hardworking residents who are simply trying to support their families and put food on the table. People who have risked everything to come here for a better life. And this is what they find. And what does Anaheim, the welcoming city, have? A jet-setting mayor who's doing nothing to help the residents of this city. A mayor who traveled to Qatar to see how to advance bilateral economic collaboration, according to the Gulf Times. Anaheim is stuck with the mayor who travels to Washington, D.C. to discuss affordable housing, while the majority of Anaheim residents live in cramped, high-density apartments with food insecurity, while other residents are forced simply to live on the streets. Anaheim is stuck with the mayor who claims to promote affordable housing, but in actuality does little or nothing. Things might be different up in the hills, but here in the flatlands, people are suffering. And to see your jet-setting ways constantly promoted on social media is a slap in the face of the people who are simply trying to survive in a world that has suddenly become much more dangerous and scary. I thought it was bad last year when you went to Japan on the city's dime and took along a whole team, including 2 council people who were terming out, for God's sakes. Was this a last hurrah for them, using our money, and nothing mentioned about the trip at all on your very transparent calendar? As you should have been able to discern from the workshop, this city is broke. Broke. Unfortunately, it's not just broke, but it's failing. Layoffs, unfortunately, are an option due to poor management, like any business. And Natalie should understand this, considering that she was let go from the Orange County Business Council when her position was deemed redundant. I want to know, what is Anaheim doing to protect its residents in this threatening time? Are we being notified when ICE is in the area? I'm not getting any text messages. I don't see anything on the social media. Is Anaheim actually protecting residents? Or are they chafing? Is Anaheim PD actually protecting residents? Or are they chafing at the bit to be part of the action? What are you actually doing as mayor other than facilitating meetings? This is your time. It's a chance to stand up and do what is right. Stand with the residents and fight back, like Karen Bass and Newsom are doing. You're so quiet. You're so silent. Will it take ICE showing up at Disneyland, the happiest place on earth, to motivate you to do something, to do anything to help the residents? Because they are coming. Stand up and fight back.
We're on the moment. We stand today in the valley of a great moral crisis. Our America that dares to call itself the home of the free, right now we are witnessing the shackles of fear, suspicion, and cruelty. We're seeing families torn apart in the silence of dawn. We see children crying at the border walls and men handcuffed in the shadows of midnight raids. We see them, immigrant brothers and sisters, chased down in the streets, marched away, not because of what they've done, but because of who they are. If your conscience has been lulled to sleep by comfort, if your heart has grown hard with indifference, then remember these words. First they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. America 2025, they're coming for the immigrant. They're coming for the father on his way to work, for the mother bringing her child to school. They're coming for anyone that dares to look Latino, anyone who dares to dream with an accent. Are you next? Injustice, like a fire left unchecked, does not stay in one place. It spreads, it consumes. It begins with the stranger, but it ends with your neighbor, your friend, your son, your daughter, and then you. We're told this is about law and order, but there can be no order where there is no justice. There can be no peace where there is no mercy. Law becomes legalized hatred. Slavery was once law. Segregation was once law. The Holocaust began with laws. We must be more than watchers in the night. We're called to be the trumpet of righteousness, the voice for the homeless and voiceless, the defenders of the outcast. For every Rosa Parks who sat down, for every Cesar Chavez who stood up, for every Harriet Tubman who broke chains, there must be a new generation to rise and say, no more. Don't be silent. Don't be silent in the face of suffering. Don't wait until they come for you or for me, hopefully. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The time is always right to do what is right. Speak truth to power now as city council members and let them know. We will not look away. We will not lay low. We will not stop until every family can walk without fear. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGreece.com. I dropped off a 327-page report about public engagement in the housing element to several offices, and a common response I received was, oh, Anaheim, that's a company town. So what's a company town? A company town, in a company town, let me get this. In a company town, it's the OC Vibe getting their $200 million OC Riverwalk in the budget while the public finds out a week before it appears for approval. In a company town, ATID gets 2 opportunities to straighten out their budget problems in front of the council, and we, the public, get 3 minutes to try to question a 227-page document. It's the public being told repeatedly by the mayor and council that housing is the #1 problem. But when they put it in the words and post it on the wall, it's number 13 on the priority list. This is their list. In their list, they have the development at number 3, I believe, of a new civic center. At number 8 is its fostering staff development, and number 12 is the tourist east-west connector. Those are the priorities in a company town. It's in a company town, they address housing with a housing trust and fund it with $16 million. In a company town 30 years ago, when Disney had a problem, they built a parking structure and other structures and came up with a bond for $510 million. They're still paying it off 30 years later, and with the interest, it'll be around $1.7 billion. In other words, if Anaheim took housing seriously, they wouldn't be spending $16 million in a housing trust fund. That's 1% of what they gave for Disney's parking structure and other infrastructure around there. 1%. Again, the target is 91 affordable units, and in the pipeline, we just heard, is 454. Instead of going to Qatar, halfway around the world, why not go to Santa Ana, where they are meeting their targets? And what happened in Qatar? The US QBC Doha convenes decision makers, fosters dialogue, and champions channels that enable private sector advancement. The gathering reflected the council's core mission to build bridges that turn
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry, your
into
time is up.
results. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
What happened in Qatar? It's not staying in Qatar. Now housing.
Good evening, everybody. First thing, giving honor to God and those on the council serving the God of the people. I want to go ahead and start with our situation and relating to Anaheim to our country. I used the term before, winter in America, and it lost a whole bunch of it. But if we look at it as now, people are talking about even, are we starting a revolution in Los Angeles? Are we getting ready to have martial law in Los Angeles? Why? When things is wrong at the top, they're gonna be wrong all the way around because the people at the top is gonna make sure that the rules is fixed in their favor. Why you think I wanna cut down government workers? Because I don't want them to report their mandated duties. Former district attorney, mandated duties. In other words, some of us, when we have certain jobs, we have certain things when we take that oath, just like all of you went ahead and took an oath to defend us from foreign and domestic enemies. When we are falling apart at the fabric. Look at the masses. Are we taking steps forward, but we're leaving people behind? So do we go ahead and measure our advances, or do we measure our movement of mankind? Humanity. Right now, it's capitalism over humanity. Excuse me. People don't care about people no more. They care more about money. People scared, terrorized. This is why we have to speak up. Like he said, first, if you know anything about the Holocaust, they didn't come for the Jews first. They came from the elderly. They came for the handicapped. They came for anybody. The point of it is, if we don't stand up for something, we fall for anything. Very much. So I have to go ahead and say that. When I said the shareholders, how many Disneyland workers have died homeless in their cars? Excuse me. It used to be only one. You better Google it again, because it is more than one. And the worst part about it was the first one is she died in the parking lot at the spa 28 days before they found her, because she kept herself clean and everything else. But you know what happened in those 28 days? She didn't report to work. She was fired and demanded for her uniform back, while she slumped and laid in her car. Oh yeah. My point of it is, let's get back to caring about people. Let's get back to loving
Mr. Batiste,
people.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments on the agenda. One email was related to agenda item 18, one was related to our recognitions for a later date, and 5 were general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you. So we're now going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have items to share, please bring in. I'll start with Council Member Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one slide, I think. Council Member Moz and I are hosting a Safety for Seniors informative community meeting, and we invite you all to join us on Tuesday, June 24th at 11 a.m., the Anaheim United Methodist Church. Our representatives from our police department, fire department, public utilities, and code enforcement will be there to talk about how you can protect yourself at your home and as you're out and about in our city. So we welcome seniors to join us on that day. I have one more comment, and I just made some quick notes. This is in response to an earlier speaker who reminded us that it's been 2 years since the hotel community came to the city and said, we want to do something about housing for our workers. We accomplished the first step that was needed, and that is to establish our Anaheim Housing Trust, a vehicle in which they could put in the funds. But he said it's time, and it is. It's time to move forward. And so within the next few days, I am going to invite all of the 90-plus ratepayers into the Anaheim TID, invite them to a meeting here at City Hall, if I can find a room large enough, so that we can move on, get a vote, get it done. I thank Mr. Eisenman for coming in and reminding us that it's time to get it done. There's an industry in our city that wants to help those that work for them. We want to help with whether it be first-time homebuyer assistance, safety net vouchers, whatever is needed for that community, but we'll get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maz, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I have a few slides. Starting with the Orange County Conditions of Children's Forum on May 30th, I attended this really wonderful meeting highlighting aspects of childcare from safety, economic well-being, education, and health. So I encourage anyone to go to the Orange County Social Services Agency to see a copy of this report. I also want to thank Orange County Supervisor Doug Chafee for putting together the forum. The topic was mental health for perinatal through high school years. So it really, it was staggering to hear the rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. So I appreciated the forum bringing that to our awareness. Next slide. Quick congratulations to the graduating classes of 2025. I've had the privilege to attend the promotions at James Gwynn Elementary, Juarez Elementary. I attended Catella High School's graduation. So just want to say it's a really big deal for these kids to have finished and accomplished their high school education and elementary school education, especially going through a global pandemic. So shout out to not only the students, but the parents, and also our parent-teacher associations. Our PTA parents do a lot of work, so I wanted to recognize that. Next slide, please. Last Friday, several of us attended the Angels and Anaheim Family YMCA luncheon that was hosted by the Anaheim Chamber of Commerce. You see a photo here of the Anaheim Family YMCA RBI program kids. And this program is for children ages 7 to 10. It's so they can learn the fundamentals of baseball while building teamwork, sportsmanship, and confidence. The Angels Foundation provides every player with a full Angels uniform, a glove, and an expert coach so they can have fun while in a supportive environment. So thank you to the Chamber of Commerce and Angels for having us there last Friday. Want to thank our public utilities for hosting one of my favorite events of the year, the OC Green Expo. This is an opportunity to see and potentially drive electronic vehicles. There were many eco-friendly organizations there to share resources, and a lot of free prizes and giveaways. It was just really a family fun event, and I appreciate the city departments that were there to represent the various services that we offer. And I think that's all of my slides. I do want to make an announcement and share with my council colleagues. I will not be here at the next council meeting. I made a family commitment before being elected. I tried working with staff to be able to call into the next meeting, but was unable to work that out. So it's out there for the public. If anyone has comments or questions, please contact me. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. I know you've heard this from me before, but I'm thrilled to announce the first concert of this year's Summer Concert in the Park series taking place Thursday, June 12th at Maxwell Park. That is, 47 hours from now. Join us for an exciting evening, starting with a lively performance by a local Anaheim dance studio from 6 to 6:30 p.m. Then enjoy an energetic set by the band Pop Vision, playing pop rock favorites. And I believe that will be from 6:30 until 8 p.m. I believe there will be a variety of food trucks, including Gourmet Kitchen, Baby Burgers, Kona's Ice, and Drizzle. And then additionally, the Haskett Branch Library will be offering free books at the Community Services Youth Programs. They'll also be hosting a craft booth, sharing community resources and providing fun lawn games for all ages. Come out, celebrate the start of summer with great food, music, family-friendly fun at Maxwell Park on the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead. Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Earlier this year, I was proud to lead my council colleagues in unanimously reaffirming what so many of us already know to be true, that Anaheim is a welcoming city. That vote wasn't just symbolic, it was a commitment, a promise that every resident, no matter where they come from, deserves dignity, safety, and respect. In uncertain times, fear spreads fast, but the antidote is knowledge. You have rights. No matter your immigration status, no matter your background, you have rights, and they matter. I want everyone in our community to know this. Under California state law, our police officers, our firefighters, our paramedics are here for one reason: your safety. They are not immigration agents. If you need help, you can call them and call anybody at the city with confidence. Now is the time to stay informed, not just through social media, but through trusted groups doing real work in our communities, like the ACLU of Southern California, CHIRLA, the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. They have resources in multiple languages to help you know your rights and protect your peace of mind. And if you choose to speak out, please do it peacefully, powerfully, and with purpose. I know that for many, these aren't just headlines. They're personal. It's the stress in the pit of your stomach when you drop your kids off at school. It's the hesitation before answering a knock at the door. No one should have to live like that. This isn't just about policy, it's about people. It's about neighbors looking out for each other, and it's about a city that refuses to turn its back on the very people who keep it going. Our strength is in our unity, and our commitment to justice must always be matched with our commitment to peace. To our community, we see you, we stand with you, and we're in this together. A principios de este año, mis colegas, el Consejo y yo reafirmamos por decisión unánime lo que muchos de nosotros ya sabemos que es verdad. Anaheim es una ciudad que da la bienvenida a todos, incluyendo a miles de inmigrantes. Esa votación no fue solo un gesto simbólico, fue un compromiso, una promesa de que cada residente, sin importar de dónde venga, merece dignidad, seguridad y respeto. En tiempos de miedo y incertidumbre, el miedo se propaga rápidamente, pero el antídoto es el conocimiento, información. Todos tenemos derecho. No importa cuál es nuestro estatus migratorio, no importa de dónde somos, tenemos derechos y esos derechos importan. Quiero que todos en nuestra comunidad tengan esto en claro. Según la ley del Estado de California, nuestros departamentos de policía, bomberos, paramédicos están aquí por una sola razón: su seguridad y la seguridad de nuestra comunidad. Ellos no son agentes de inmigración. Si necesita ayuda, puede llamarles a ellos o a cualquiera en la ciudad con confianza. Ahora es el momento de mantenerse informado, no solo a través de las redes sociales, sino acudiendo a organizaciones confiables que hacen un trabajo real en nuestras comunidades. ACLU del sur de California, CHIRLA, el Centro de Recursos Legales para Inmigrantes. Ellos ofrecen recursos en varios idiomas para ayudarle a conocer sus derechos y proteger su tranquilidad. Y si decide alzar su voz, hágalo de manera pacífica, con fuerza y con propósito. Sé que para muchos esto es algo personal. Es esa tensión en el estómago cuando deja a sus hijos en la escuela. Es la duda antes de abrir la puerta. Nadie debería vivir con ese temor. Esto no se trata solo de políticas, se trata de personas. Se trata de vecinos que cuidan unos a otros y de una ciudad que se rehúsa a darle la espalda a quienes le hacen avanzar. Nuestra fortaleza está en nuestra unidad y nuestro compromiso con la justicia debe siempre ir acompañado de nuestro compromiso con la paz. A nuestra comunidad, ustedes importan, los vemos, estamos con ustedes y estamos en esto juntos. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rebecca Alba?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I believe I have a few slides to share. So I actually wanted to share a couple of things. A couple of the task forces that I'm on is one of them is NorthNet. My alternate is Councilmember Moss, so thank you very much. But I just wanted to share a mural that was recently commissioned to really highlight the work that's being done and the risk that our firefighters take. So I wanted to make sure that we are sharing that with the public. It's a beautiful mural that is located within the building. And then I also just wanted to recognize our volunteers who really do a lot within our city to help mitigate fire issues that we might have in District 6 and throughout our entire city. So many of them are District 3 residents, and I just wanted to recognize them tonight. I'm also, is that the, okay, that's, I also wanted to mention, so I know everybody talks about TOT revenue. Conventions are a very big part of what we do here in our city. They generate revenue for our general fund by people staying in our hotels and paying a 15% occupancy tax. I'm happy to report that the Democratic Party hosted their convention here this year. And featured here is former council member Avelino Valencia, who is now representing us at the state level, as well as one of our Congress members, Derek Tran, and Cotty Petrie-Norris, who is also an assembly member. And then I would be remiss if I didn't include a labor leader who is a legend and icon, Dolores Huerta, in this featured as well. So she was at the convention. It was a really peaceful convention, and we were happy to host it in our city. I know we talked about trees, so I just have to give Rudy a shout out because he made my whole year. I have residents who are extremely happy. We have a lot of palm trees that are go through District 3, and I know throughout our entire city, and sometimes they can create some challenges with the little palm fronds that fall. So we are happy to report that Rudy, as mentioned, found additional funds or funds within his budget that he was able to reallocate to trimming our palm trees annually, and it did start last week. And these are some pictures of houses or palm trees that are being trimmed on Lemon Street. So thank you, Rudy and Public Works, for helping our community get some of the resources that we need. I also want to mention the Boys and Girls Club, which I know many of us are very familiar with. They have been acquired by a collaborative club, so they are still really focused in Anaheim. They are doing really good work. We've been working closely together to make sure they're integrated into our elementary schools. As you can see here, we brought a little bit of Anaheim to them as well. So we have Lieutenant Pena and our Police Association President, Jose Duran, who also attended, and the purpose for our attending this impact event was just to show our support for our youth. We have a lot of youth in Anaheim who need resources, whether it's gang prevention and intervention or just opportunities to get more engaged at the college-bound level. So we were there to support, and these are just some of the stats that they have on the impact side. So they are really making a difference in our city, so I urge you to support, if you can, the Boys and Girls Club. I also wanted to mention another convention, a conference that was here in Anaheim, which I had the privilege of speaking at, which is the National Hispanic Medical Association. I will highlight the fact that I was not smart enough to go to medical school, so I went to law school. But it was a really good opportunity to just be able to talk to policymakers or at least medical practitioners who are interested in policy and how it impacts the Latino community. And as Councilmember Leon mentioned, there is a lot of negativity around our population right now. So this was just a good chance for us to really talk about health and how Hispanics can access it, and also ensuring the pipeline of youth who are entering the education system know that there are opportunities within the medical industry. So wanted to mention they were here and did generate a lot of revenue for our city as well. And then, of course, Flag Day, I know that that was mentioned earlier, but I wanted to just share a few images. Flag Day is a really important time for us to celebrate our country and our flag. So it was the 30th anniversary. We have volunteers who host this event in the Colony District. It was this past Sunday, and it was great to have, I think, our entire council there. We did not talk any council business, so there were no Brown Act violations. But it was just a really good opportunity for us to see some of our residents who are living in our city and to celebrate our country. I also want to just highlight some of the issues that we are facing recently with our immigration challenges. And I just wanted to recognize some issues. So I know that California is now the center for some of the immigration enforcement. We do know that this is something that's going to be here for about 30 days. There's a month-long emphasis in different states. They've already gone to Chicago and to Boston. Approximately 1,500 people were impacted in those areas. So I am working with a coalition of policymakers, labor leaders, law enforcement, and some of my colleagues here just to make sure that we are supporting our community. Today we did meet with Congressman Lou Correa just to discuss how, as a collaborative approach, we can make sure that we're keeping our community safe. We are encouraging our residents, especially our youth. So if you have youth who are in your family and they are interested in engaging in the process, we're encouraging them to keep it peaceful, because you cannot accomplish anything when we're destroying our businesses and our community or putting graffiti up. We need to take care and beautify our neighborhoods and make sure that we are expressing our voices in a positive way that actually create sustainable change. But I also wanted to mention the fact that this is a workforce issue. So what is happening in Los Angeles really does impact our workforce as a whole. And in Anaheim, we do have a significant amount of immigrant workers who work in our hotels and other areas, and we just want to make sure that they know their rights. So the collaborative group that I'm working with, or the coalition, we are looking at legal defense funds to help ensure that people have due process rights that are protected. We are also looking at making sure that the sit-ins are peaceful, and we are also making sure to have, we're fighting for workplace protections. So the other thing that we are also working on is making sure that we have a sustainable pathway to legally make sure that our residents who have roots deep in our city have a pathway to citizenship, because that really is something that is important to make sure that we're not dividing families. So I just wanted to make sure that we highlighted that. And I would also like to mention, we've been in this situation before. This is not new. Anaheim was segregated in the 1900s. We had Mexican schools. Somebody mentioned the pools that could only be swam by Mexicans 1 day a week and then drained. We also had Proposition 187 in 1990. So we will get through this, but we just need to ensure the fact that we are doing it peacefully and working together as a whole to protect our workforce and our community. And then last but not least, I would like to ask Mayor Aiken to please close the meeting in memory of Officer Samuel Riveros, who unfortunately passed away last week. He was a Baldwin Park police officer who was killed in the line of duty. And we do have several Anaheim PD officers who actually worked for Baldwin Park and were friends with him, including Officer Ariana. So I just wanted to ask to close the meeting in his memory, because when somebody in law enforcement loses their life, it impacts all of us, including those who we care about, who work for our City of Anaheim Police Department.
Thank you, absolutely. I will close in that officer's honor. Just wanted to highlight 3 things. First, as was mentioned earlier, I was in Washington, D.C. For an important issue in Anaheim, being housing. As part of a bipartisan group called Mayors and CEOs for Housing Investment, we were advocating for federal funding for affordable housing for working families, seniors, and others. As we have noticed, and I know Grace alluded to it, it's very uncertain and scary times right now for some of our housing funds. We are at risk of losing some of our home grants, CDBG grants, ESG, and our Section 8 vouchers. And we've done so much as a city to move forward and to get folks off the street that the danger of then losing vouchers, having more families on the street is real. So I would really invite everyone that is concerned about this issue, everyone that's Anaheim, to please reach out to our federal leaders to share your support for any and all housing initiatives that make a difference here in Anaheim. I wanted to thank Senator Schiff, Senator Padilla, Congressman Correa, Congressman Aguilar, Congressman Ted Lieu, for meeting with us, as well as the leadership in both the House and the Senate for both budget and for housing initiatives, to really just listen to mayors that are on the front line dealing with this and some of the roadblocks to building more housing and getting more streamlined processes to build as many units as we can. I know it was mentioned earlier, but I wanted to also thank the team that put together the Flag Day celebration, our veteran communities, our volunteers, as well as everyone that came out to District 3 to be there. It was a really fun family event. Even brought my daughter, I call her the vice mayor, to be out there and just to support and really just remind our youth about the history of our flag and why it's so important to recognize it. And I don't have a photo for this, but did also want to just thank the Disneyland Resort for inviting us to the State of the Resort to learn about some of the really exciting projects, kind of get a sneak peek to what is coming to the resort, as well as get the details on their economic impact, not just throughout Anaheim, but throughout the entire region. So I know a lot of work goes into those, and so just thanks to the team at Disneyland. It was a really informative, wonderful evening. And I know this has been mentioned before, and I just want to convey that I am as well deeply concerned about the recent immigration actions that are going on in the Southern California area. While we have not seen any significant actions taking place here in Anaheim, our surrounding cities are seeing an obvious uptick, a dramatic uptick. To be clear, Anaheim is and remains a welcoming city that values the contributions of our immigrant community. To be an immigrant does not make you a criminal, and to be born in another country does not make you an enemy of the state. And it is imperative that all residents in Anaheim know that our city staff, our police department, our fire department, as well as our city facilities stand at the ready to provide services regardless of your immigration status. And if you need assistance from any city department, you should not be in fear of reaching out, as your status will not be asked. And on a personal note, I just want to remind us to do what I think makes Anaheim so special and something that we do best. And that is to love each other, to look out for each other, and to treat each other with kindness. If you have a neighbor that is afraid to go to the grocery store to get food or necessities for their families, check in on them. If you have an elderly couple on your street that might need some assistance right now because they are living in fear, let's not forget to reach out. And if you have a mother in your community that maybe is afraid to take her kids to camp or drop them off at school, perhaps offer a ride, see what they need, because we need to stick together in these uncertain times. So I just want to say, God bless our amazing country. And also, God bless every single one of us and every single one of our Anaheim residents that together make it strong. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to the city manager for the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless mentioned some summer activities happening here shortly out west at Maxwell, but I wanted to mention what's also happening here in downtown Anaheim this summer. This Friday marks the exciting launch of the Summer Nights Under the Stars series at Pearson Park Amphitheater for family entertainment every Friday night through July 25th. This Friday kicks off with an astonishing performance by a magician, Ian. Visitors can expect a memorable evening with a free face painter for kids and Dragon Dog's food truck on site to complement our concession stand. The perfect opportunity to gather with friends and family for an unforgettable, affordable night of fun, as each week promises a unique showcase of talent and culture. Don't miss out on this tradition at Pearson Park. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we're now going to recess the city council and address the successor agency's consent calendar. Items 1 and 2 are before us. Is there a motion?
I actually have a question on item 1.
Okay, item 1. Is there any other questions? If not, can we move the second item?
I'll move item 2.
Okay, item 2 is being moved. Please vote. Oh, and we have a second. Thank you.
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 abstention, abstention by agency member Bayless. Motion carries.
Thank you. Would you like a staff report on item 1?
No, I have a couple of questions. I want to know how long of a term this new amendment will cover. And the last amendment, I covered just a couple of years. And I had concerns last time that we did an amendment to this. This is a lot of money, and I feel like it's the consultant, Full Employment Act of just and I understand it's a big problem and all that. I just want to make sure that we are addressing this in the most economical and efficient way. I understand we need to address this hazardous waste and things in the gas, but how long is this contract supposed to last, or this amendment, and what's the long-term outlook of this? And then the other question is, where is this money coming from? Perfect. And is it money that we could be using for something else?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Happy to answer your questions. I'm here also joined by Jay Kaluri, our Property Development Manager. Kind of to answer your question, first to kind of break up the questions. Just as a reminder, this is the cleanup of the 39 Commons site, or the landfill at the Westgate site, as we kind of refer it. It's several landfills that it will take several years for the cleanup. There's a component, as we kind of provided in the workshop a couple of weeks back, that depict the Davis landfill, but also there's other landfills that will remain in place, will have to be monitored in perpetuity. And so because of that, because of the remedial action plan that the former redevelopment agency entered into with the state of California, there's long-term obligation that the former redevelopment agency, now our successor, is obligated to. And part of that is required to have a contractor to perform the environmental cleanup of this process. This contractor was selected through an RFP process, and part of the reason why we bring these contracts to you every few years is because we want to make sure that we daylight the amount, because they are large amounts. They're large amounts of contract authority. This contract will be good for a period of 2 years. One more year, I'm sorry, 1 year. It is for a large amount for contract authority, as you see, for $8.1 million to cover work that will take place, has actually already taken, some of it that has already taken place, and work that's projected to take place to ensure that we're able to essentially meet that obligation of the remedial action plan.
So are we obligated for $4 million a year in perpetuity? Because eventually that redevelopment fund will run out of money.
Based on what the contract, the enforceable obligation with the state of California, that that amount is a large, it's hundreds of millions of dollars that essentially was identified as an enforceable obligation. What we're trying to do is essentially, as we've seen with the Davis Mud Pit, is do a complete closure, a clean closure, to essentially minimize the amount of ongoing remediation, because we know that those funds aren't infinite. And so part of that's essentially every year as we assess kind of the amount and the scope, we're essentially bringing contract amounts before you.
So, and I know you probably didn't make this decision 10 years ago, but 10 years ago, when we made the decision to remediate it in this way, what was the estimate? Do you know? Was it going to be $50 million or $100 million in perpetuity? Or I'm just wondering, like, why didn't we just remove it all and haul it off someplace else for $100 million?
It's essentially, that was roughly about $200 million that essentially was estimated at that time with those dollars back when the remedial action plan was approved. At that time, the clean closure was not an option. That's as some of the landfills now have in the area have now approved taking some of the landfill that we're testing and assessing what can be taken to local landfills, and we're working with our contractor to essentially determine how the best to clean up the property.
Okay. And as you mentioned that there were several landfills on this site. Are we going to have similar expenses on other portions of this site? So we're going to have another $100 million on
No, so that
something else?
essentially that's the $200 million is essentially the entire area, and some of it, again, it's 40 acres. It's 40 acres of landfills, and it's total of 4 landfills essentially that the Davis Mud Pit, which is the one closest to the street along Beach Boulevard, had more of construction material. The Sparks and Davis Mud Pits are more of what your traditional landfills that have other types of contaminants that have to be dealt with in different ways. And part of what is also the ongoing expense is the monitoring, and the infrastructure that has to be put into place, and sometimes that has to be changed out.
So the money that we have is redevelopment money.
It's money from the state of California. It's referred to as RIPTIF, which is passed through. It comes from the state of California to this to the successor agency to pay for that obligation. Okay. Otherwise, it would be general fund obligation because of our contract obligation with the developer on this site.
So we have an obligation with the state to clean this up. You said we had
correct
an agreement that gave us an obligation, but the state gives us funding to meet that obligation?
Exactly. What the request before you is to increase the contract authority so that we're able to ask for the funds. Basically, it's like an allowance from the state of California based on an obligation that they entered into with us at the time of dissolution of redevelopment, where we had different projects. We had several projects at the time. This was, of course, being the largest, and where essentially staff at that time made the best estimate based on the information that they had at time with the agreements and the reports, and that's essentially what was entered into.
And you anticipate that the state will continue to fund this expense?
They're obligated to under dissolution law.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Yeah, so I'll just kind of reiterate that, Sergio. This money is, we're asking the state of California to pay this new amount that's here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this new 4.5 million was because when they were originally cleaning out the existing mud pit that was there, they found additional contaminants in and beyond what they were looking at in the original estimate. Is that correct?
Yes, a large scope of this work includes work that's happening or is going to be taking place on Beach Boulevard outside the property boundaries on Beach Boulevard, but it's tied, and because there's a nexus to the project, it's an allowable expense.
Right. So when redevelopment was a wonderful tool, unfortunately it came to an end. All of the redevelopment properties at that point went to the state. If there was value in the properties, some of the state was allowed to sell they realized that there was no value in this property that's here, so it was remanded back to Anaheim. And because of that, right, the state has the budget. We've got to go for them to, or we have to go to them to request additional funds when that's needed, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments, can we have a motion and a second to move the item?
Make the motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So without objection, we are going to adjourn the successor agency and reconvene the city council to address the city council's consent calendar. Items 3 through 16 are before us. Are there any members of the council that would like to remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I'd like to remove item 12.
Okay, Councilmember Rubicalva?
That was the item, thank you.
Okay, so seeing no other items to be pulled, can I have a motion to pass the balance?
I'll move the balance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second,
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make an abstention from item number 16, please.
with one abstention from item number 16, you said? Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
please vote.
Councilmember Rubalcaba? The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, with the recorded abstention on item number 16 by Councilmember Bayless. Motion carries.
Wonderful. So item number 12 was pulled. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council again. I'm joined today by Public Works Director Rudy Amami, Deputy City Attorney Ryan Hodge, and Property Development Manager Jay Kaluri. The item before you is a request for a lease agreement between the city and Chrysalis for a portion of the building located at 290 South Anaheim Boulevard in District 3, and an operating agreement with Chrysalis for a new pilot program involving corridor beautification. By way of background, in 2018, the city approved an MOU with Chrysalis for the use of the subject building for the operation of the Chrysalis Employment Program. Since opening, Chrysalis has delivered job readiness programs and transitional employment opportunities. At the time, Chrysalis made significant building improvements to the ground floor of the subject building in lieu of rent. In 2022, City Council approved an extension to the MOU, extending the term to June 20th, 2025. Chrysalis wishes to enter into a lease agreement to formalize the occupancy of the space for a 2-year period with a 1-year option. The lease is proposed at no cost to Chrysalis. In lieu of rent, Chrysalis has agreed to continue to provide job readiness and employment services to Anaheim residents. Last year, Chrysalis served an approximately 500 Anaheim residents and over 1,300 individuals. Additionally, they will be providing staffing and services for the launch of a new, exciting pilot program aimed at continued beautification of our commercial corridors. The pilot program, dubbed Anaheim Clean Team, will provide street cleaning services, including pressure washing, sweeping of curb and sidewalk, and waste removal. These services will be in addition to the work conducted by our public works staff for enhancement of our corridors. Program delivery would be coordinated through Public Works. Cleaning would take place for an 8-hour period every 2 weeks. Work will be completed by 3 workers and a supervisor. Several corridors will be targeted each day based on need. This service will not include cleanup of homeless encampments, but rather will be focused on sidewalks and street cleaning in commercial corridors outside the resort. No city jobs will be affected by this pilot program. In regard to the building, city staff has made Chrysalis aware of the condition of the Wildan building as there's significant deferred maintenance, and the fact that the property was identified as a future development site which will require the site to eventually be developed. Due to that fact, a provision within the lease has been included to include a 90-day termination provision should the city be required to develop the property. This concludes my report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
You mentioned the number of Anaheim residents served at Chrysalis. I'm sorry, I didn't make a note of that number.
500.
500
Last year, 2024.
500 residents.
Anaheim residents.
How many found jobs?
What Chrysalis, and you know, maybe if I can ask Mr. Mark Loringer, who's CEO with Chrysalis, to maybe clarify that what they provided us was 500 residents. I know they provide it's a wide array of not only temporary jobs but also job services. But maybe he can clarify if that's okay with council.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening again, and thanks again for the consideration. And great question. I just want to make sure I've got my facts in front of me that my staff provided. Let's see. So since we opened in 2018, we've had 1,400 folks that we have served, and 466 of them have found jobs. So it's about a 30% placement rate.
And so in addition to just finding them a job, what other services do you offer at Chrysalis?
So the core of our service is trauma-informed case management services that is whole person care, meeting clients where they're at. It's not just about getting a resume put together and some job leads. The clients that come to us have faced barriers to employment for a lot of different reasons. So our first objective is to figure out what exactly is going on with each individual that walks in, and then build a plan to help them navigate around their conversations. If I were to ask one of my case managers, how much of your time did you spend talking about jobs versus other stuff? They'd probably say maybe a quarter of my time is about jobs. The rest of it is about hunger, transportation, interactions with the justice system, housing, and all of the other barriers that get in the way of getting a job. So our main goal is let's get that stabilized first with all of our other partners in the community, and then we can succeed in the job front.
Thank you. And I want to confirm with Mr. Amami that the service, this clean team service, in no way takes away from the jobs being done by employees of Public Works. Is that correct?
Councilmember Kurtz, thank you for the question. You're absolutely correct. This is something that's an enhancement above and beyond, and it's also something we're very sensitive to make sure it does not impact any other Public Works positions.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you, Mary Aiken. So I'm just going to say I'm supportive of this. So I will just kind of give you guys a little bit of recognition from my experience with you. So I have served on your advisory council when you first came to Orange County. Chrysalis is not a new organization. They actually started out in LA, came out to Orange County, and what they do is they work with different employers. So if you're an employer and you're listening to this, they are always looking for employers to hire the people that they are training to find a job. I've participated in many of your graduations, or just being able to meet some of the people who have been able to ring the bell because they've actually been employed. So one of the questions I do have, with the state cutting funding for Caltrans, will that impact any of the work that you guys are currently getting from the state? Because Caltrans is a big part of what you guys do as well, right?
Sure. Part of our program is to offer temporary transitional jobs to clients that would otherwise find it difficult to get a job, and one of our customers in that is Caltrans. Here in Anaheim, we dispatch 6 or 7 crews every day that do highway maintenance, landscaping, and beautification work. So we are in active negotiations with Caltrans right now on the renewal of those contracts. We don't have a contract yet, and July 1st is fast approaching. I am confident we will get there. We've heard word from the governor's office this is a priority for him, and he's made it clear to the Department of Transportation and Caltrans. So we're hopeful that it'll happen. But never say never, right? It's until the ink is on that contract, I'm losing sleep over it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So they also provide resume building. I actually helped with that during the pandemic, and you can also do interview skills for individuals who are transitioning back into the workforce. The one request that I do have is because you guys are from LA, it does appear as though a heavy emphasis is still in Los Angeles. So if you can do more in Anaheim or even in Orange County, that would be, I think, wonderful, especially because you're right here, just being at community events. We also have FRCs, which would get you right into the community. That could just really help people get back into the workforce. That would be wonderful. I know when Lisa worked for you guys, she was really good about engaging in the community, so it would be great to see more of that. But I am supportive of this continued relationship with Chrysalis, who has been delivering services to our residents who need employment. And then I will also have one request, which I already talked to Sergio about, the power washing. So on Broadway, on that commercial corridor, we do have a significant amount of issues. When I used to be able to run, I had run past the buildings there, and there's always a significant amount of just debris, and it's not good. So if that could be power washed like once a week, that would be wonderful.
Councilmember Rubalcaba, of course, like I mentioned, it'll be every 2 weeks, but we will work definitely with Bree's team, city manager's office, as your council offices kind of identify as we drive the city team kind of areas that will need the love and attention. We will work with Mark, and we'll be able to assess kind of where those kind of hot areas and need to be targeted. So we'll work with Rudy and his team to establish that. But definitely we'll note but also work with our code enforcement to ensure like that the property owner of the apartment project at Broadway and Anaheim Boulevard, that they also do their part so that we're not having to take away from the core services that this program aims to do for the major corridors. But we're talking about
Awesome. Keep up the good work, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, if you're doing Broadway and you want to go to hit Brokers, I mean, I'm not going to say no to that. I appreciate the information. I just had a quick question for you, Sergio, just to clarify. One of the last slides you were talking about the term, and you mentioned that if we were required to develop the building, can you clarify what that means and in what situation we would be? Is it that we would be required by somebody else to do something, or is it if we were in a position that we wanted to make that decision? Can you clarify that for me?
Definitely happy to. So remember, for everybody's understanding, all our successor agency properties at the time of dissolution were put into two different buckets, future development or government use. This property was actually identified as a future development opportunity because in the past there's been interest for like hotel developments, mixed use development projects. And so it was categorized in that bucket. The property has been transferred to the city, but ultimately that property has to be put for development. The city can always, like we did a couple of weeks back, transfer properties for government use. However, we're going to have to make the affected taxing entities, because when properties are sold that are successor agency properties, the city doesn't get to retain all the proceeds. The proceeds actually go to all of the different affected taxing entities that were part of the redevelopment areas at the time of that those areas were established, and it's a little confusing, but essentially we have to make those affected taxing agencies whole. And so we are always under the oversight of the Department of Finance of the state of California and the county of Orange, who could anytime say, hey, you owe kind of these affected taxing entities money. We haven't seen that pressure. We have good relationships, but we also, as we've shared with Mr. Loringer, we always have had that caveat from day one that essentially the property could be utilized for future development or other uses.
So what I'm hearing you say is that we're essentially beholden to the state, and if the state were ever to decide that we need to develop that or get rid of that, then we would have to follow that process?
That's correct. We have a fiduciary duty to essentially not have any future redevelopment properties. We have to, sell those, put those into use, inconsistent with the plans of the former redevelopment plans for Anaheim. And so that essentially, all the successor agencies have to come to an end. The longest project that we'll have is the one that we just talked about, 39 Commons. That's a long roadmap ahead. But for future development properties where there's essentially the property can be sold and a DDA can be established and a new project can be built, we have to kind of use our fiduciary duty to essentially put those into play.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm supportive of this. I appreciate the work, and it sounds like we're going to be able to make some noticeable impacts in our neighborhood. So I appreciate staff and Chrysalis for your continued good work, and we'll look forward to it.
I'd like to move the item.
Second to move the item, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
We're going to now move on to our business calendar. Item 17 is consideration of a resolution declaring Anaheim an early childhood-friendly city as requested by Councilmember Maz. Mr. City Manager, can we have a staff report?
And as for staff report from Staff Analyst Guerrero, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Joining me this evening is our Community Services Director, Shawnee Larson-Cash. At the May 13, 2025 City Council meeting, Councilmember Maz requested an agenda item to consider declaring the City of Anaheim an early childhood-friendly city. Earlier this year, First 5 Orange County launched an Early Childhood Friendly City initiative, which is an effort designed to help cities create neighborhoods and communities where young children and their families can thrive. This initiative provides cities with data, early childhood expertise, and partnerships needed to prioritize early childhood development in education, health, housing, and community services. Anaheim currently provides a range of programs aimed at fostering early childhood development through community programs and resources. This includes specialized initiatives such as the Tiny Tots Academy, a recreational program for children aged 3 to 5 that focuses on foundational skills, socialization, and kindergarten readiness. Furthermore, the Community Services Department's activity guide offers a diverse range of courses for youth and families, including sports, music, and educational programs. The Anaheim Public Library also actively supports early literacy, offering families emergent resources to cultivate a strong reading foundation through positive engagement in its programs. Their offerings include story times for children ages 0 to 5, sensory story times for neurodivergent children, and bilingual story times, all designed to develop essential pre-reading skills. The proposed resolution formally declares the City of Anaheim an early childhood-friendly city and affirms its commitment to continue providing resources and programs that promote the healthy development and well-being of children. That concludes our staff report, and we are happy to answer any questions.
I'll turn it over to Councilmember Maz. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. No questions. Just wanted to first acknowledge the hard work that the Anaheim Human Services Network does. I think that falls under our Community Services Department. That collaboration of, I believe, 90 different nonprofits and organizations is incredible, and it's unique to Anaheim. I work countywide, and that really makes a difference as far as sharing information and sharing resources. In regards to this resolution, I just want to state I wholeheartedly believe, as the resolution states, early childhood development is critical to the well-being and future success of children and our community. A community partnership involving families, schools, stakeholders, and the city will help leverage and align resources to create new space and opportunity for organizations and individuals to imagine new and sustainable solutions where every child in Anaheim can reach their full potential. If a child succeeds, our whole community succeeds. So that's all my comment.
Seeing no other questions or comments by council, can we have a motion? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank my colleague for bringing this forward. As someone who is a product of programs that we offer here at the city, definitely supportive of continuing to provide those resources and programs for, especially in those early years that are so important in our city for all of our neighbors. So I'll be supportive of it. And I'll second what I'm sure is Councilmember Moss's motion.
I do make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim declaring Anaheim an early childhood-friendly city and supporting to foster an environment where every child can thrive and reach their full potential. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Item 18 is to fill 2 scheduled vacancies on our library board to a term ending June 30th, 2029. Are there any nominations at this point? Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to nominate Amanda Wortman. She currently works for an education nonprofit doing research and evaluation. She has advocated and championed our public libraries. She's actually received or caused her organization to receive grants focused on helping library staffs develop and evaluate teen program. She's published. I loved one of her comments in that she believes that libraries are centers for our communities. So with that, I'd like to nominate her.
Okay, so we're going to take vote on them one at a time. So right now we are offering Amanda Wortman. Do we need a second for the nominations?
No, Mayor. Did you want to make all the nominations at once and then we'll take a vote in the order received?
Sure. Is there any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Jackie Philbeck, one of the incumbents who has been serving. She served a term. She's also a school board member. She's a great supporter of our youth in our city and has served on the library board and done a significant job. So I'm proud to say that she also lives in District 3, and I wholeheartedly support her as a reappointed member of the library board.
Okay, wonderful. Any other nominations from the floor? Okay, this might have just gotten a lot easier. So we have 2. We're going to vote on them one at a time. The first vote will be to confirm Amanda Wortman to the library board.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointment moves forward.
Okay, congratulations, Mrs. Wortman. Now the next vote will be for nominating Jackie Philbeck. Please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointment moves forward. So we have both appointments.
Congratulations,
with the term
Ms.
ending June
Philbeck.
30th.
Thank you so much for your service. Next is our District 1 appointment to the Cultural and Heritage Commission. Councilmember Bayless, do you have an appointment for District 1?
I do, yes. I'd like to appoint Saul Contreras, please.
Saul Contreras, thank you very much. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Appointment moves forward.
Thank you. So item 20 is a public hearing. Can the clerk please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 20 is a public hearing on the status of city vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts, and this is pursuant to Assembly Bill 2561.
Excuse me, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. I was getting situated up here. So good evening. Joining me today to my left is Luz Flores, our recruitment manager. And for today's public hearing, I will discuss Assembly Bill 2561 and its implications for our city's workforce, specifically regarding vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts. Effective July 1st, Assembly Bill 2561 amended the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, which mandates that public agencies present data on vacancies as well as our recruitment and retention efforts. State legislatures determined that high vacancy rates could adversely affect public service and increase employee workloads. The goal of the bill is to address vacancy rates, which can lead to burnout and increased turnover that can exacerbate staffing challenges. It further aims to promote transparency and encourage proactive strategies to maintain adequate staffing levels. To mitigate these challenges, public agencies are now required to present on the status of vacancies and our efforts in recruitment and retention at a public hearing prior to the adoption of the annual budget. If vacancies within a single bargaining unit exceed 20%, the city shall provide additional detailed information upon the request of each bargaining unit. On May 22nd, all bargaining units were notified of this hearing, their respective vacancy rates, and their right to present at tonight's public hearing. At this time, we were made aware that AMEA will be present this evening, and their comments should follow our presentation prior to the opening of the public hearing. This slide is a list of our full-time bargaining units and their respective vacancy rates for calendar year 2024. Vacancies fluctuate throughout the year. We see our vacancies increase near the end of each calendar year due to retirements. I'm pleased to report the city's vacancy rate within a single bargaining unit does not exceed the 20% threshold of authorized full-time positions. This is an important achievement and reflects our ongoing efforts to maintain a stable workforce. While no bargaining unit currently exceeds the 20% vacancy threshold set by the Assembly Bill, the city recognizes that recruitment and retention challenges currently exist within various bargaining units, and we are committed to finding solutions and taking the necessary steps to address these challenges, not only with the operating department, but also with the bargaining unit. In the next few slides, I'll go over our recruitment efforts as required by this bill. In calendar year 2024, HR conducted over 930 recruitments, resulting in 235 full-time promotions and 116 external full-time hires. Promoting from within continues to be a key workforce strategy, which supports City Council Strategy Plan Goal D, fostering a high-performing organization. And under Strategy 1, it's to build a pipeline of new talent and support professional growth. Strategy 2 demonstrates a commitment to employees' careers. Promotional opportunities maintain institutional knowledge and sustain productivity, higher employee morale, increase retention, quicker onboarding of employees, and lower recruitment costs. The average time to hire from job posting to job placement is 60 to 90 days, and this includes our public safety. The next slide highlights a number of recruitment strategies we currently use. I'll just share a few. We automated our onboarding process about last year, which reduces time to hire, thereby placing an employee in a vacant position more quickly. Our social media platforms have grown to over 10,000 followers, attracting broader and more targeted applicant pools. We also link to individual departments' media outlets, expanding our outreach efforts. In our job postings, we highlight scheduled salary increases, our robust benefits package, and other city incentives. The next slide, you'll see that we also partner, collaborate, and strategize with various departments for hard-to-fill positions, unique positions, and when targeted recruitment is necessary. In this slide, police and fire actively participate in local career fairs and community events. High schools are a primary focus to get kids interested early. And recently, just on May 30th, our public safety partners participated at the Women's Hiring Expo, which is a great step to further diversify our candidate pool in public safety. Our recruitment efforts must constantly be refined to respond to changing times. Some of the current challenges that we are facing in our city, as well as our neighboring cities, are labor market competition. And this is when we're just competing for talent in a tight job market. Evolving workforce expectations, we must adapt to the changing needs and preference of our job seekers. And skill-based hiring, what we're seeing now is that there's a shift to focus on skills rather than traditional educational backgrounds. At this time, under our class and comp study, our class specs are under review as part of the citywide study, and any revisions made must be approved by the respective labor group as well. We have identified several strategic initiatives to enhance our recruitment efforts, and they include interns and apprenticeships. We plan to develop a plan to work more closely with schools and organizations to cultivate early career paths and create long-term employment pathways. Targeted outreach, we will strive to focus on underrepresented areas to ensure a diverse perspective in our workplace. Candidate relationship management, we like to invest in an applicant tracking system or a CRM, and those are tools to nurture relationships with high potential candidates, enabling better engagement and future recruitment efficiency. And then also data-driven insights and employer branding, which is consistent with City Council Strategy 4 to promote employee success stories and showcasing the Anaheim way. Next, and section that we also have to address in accordance with the Assembly Bill is the area of retention. And during calendar year 2024, I'm proud to report that we had a 93% retention rate, reflecting our commitment to create a supportive and engaging work environment. Retention is commonly viewed as compensation competitiveness. However, retention is a multifaceted approach. In addition to compensation, it's employee engagement, fostering high employee morale, appreciation, and a healthy work environment, as well as leadership and just having fun at work. Over the past 5 years and beyond even, we have taken bold steps in this area. We prioritize employee well-being with on-site workshops, biometric screening, vision pop-ups, and an annual health fair. We also had several lunch and paint days to support mental well-being by getting employees out of the office and connecting with their colleagues throughout the city. Our class and comp study is being finalized to ensure job classifications and salary structures are at market and competitive with other cities. And then our coaching and mentoring opportunities. We're leading a 9-month mentorship program where employees are matched with an experienced city leader of their choosing. This is a proactive approach that identifies and nurtures future leaders, providing them with the necessary skills and knowledge for effective leadership and ensuring a steady talent pipeline. And then finally, we have employee recognition and engagement events. HR budgets for this, and we have programs such as service awards, annual employee appreciation picnics, so thank you all for supporting that and showing up for that, and various employee engagement events such as the decorating contest, ornament exchange, Ready, Set, Connect, and then chat with our city manager, and we just had our recent one last week. The robust, intentional, and employee-focused programs and trainings HR has implemented got us recognized as the 14th annual Giles O'Malley Leadership Luncheon. We received the award for excellence in leadership development, and it's important to note that Anaheim is the first city to receive this distinguished recognition in the last 14 years. So with that, I'll move on. Our trainings that got us recognized for that, it's what's posted up there, as well as many others that they looked at as well when we were nominated and received the award. We are also dedicated to continuing initiatives that effectively address our staffing needs and ensuring we sustain a skilled, diverse, and engaged workforce that proudly serves our community. Some of the things we plan to tackle to commit to our retention efforts in the coming years to expand professional development programs, continue to refine and develop new pipelines, implement formal check-ins with new hires. This will ensure employees' successful integration into our organization and will provide us with feedback on how we can do things better. And then we also want to explore cross-departmental collaboration initiatives, which can create opportunities for employees to gain exposure in other roles and tasks throughout the city, different working styles, teaching them flexibility, and these are all traits that will prepare them for promotional opportunities. And then finally, we receive a lot of employee feedback following our events and trainings from our employees, and we just wanted to share this with you. So I'll close the presentation with this. Annie, and it's our next slide. Or our next one after that, yeah. Okay, so Annie in Public Works shares that the city's investments reflect the genuine commitment to our growth and well-being. She's thankful that the city fosters a positive and empowering work environment. Jeffrey Martinez shared that his journey from part-time meter reader to full-time water production superintendent is a testament to the value of the classes offered by HR. In addition to enriching his professional life, it has had a personal positive impact on him as well. And then finally, Ross Johnson, an Army vet, highlights his career path in Anaheim, starting as a night janitor while he was in high school, and then being promoted where he's currently at as the housekeeping supervisor. He shared that he has put into practice the valuable skills and knowledge that he has learned, and he hopes to implement that with his team. So with that, this concludes our presentation. Luce and I are available to answer any questions you may have. And just as a reminder, I think we have AMEA here. I'm not sure if any other bargaining units are here, but they should be asked to present their matters before the comment portion is open.
Okay, sorry, run that by me. But I don't know if anyone has any initial comments or questions before we go into public hearing. So AMEA, you want them to talk before we open the public hearing? Come on up.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And so, Mayor, this will be part of the presentation, and then we'll open up public comments.
Thank you.
And then noting, Mayor, we do have them, their presentation is for 5 minutes. So I'll go ahead and put the timer just so they're aware of the time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Janae Barreras. I serve as the president of the Anaheim Municipal Employees Association, representing both the general and clerical bargaining units. While neither of our units exceed the 20% vacancy threshold, it is important to recognize that vacancies don't need to hit 20% to create real, serious consequences, especially in public safety communications. Let's take police dispatch, for example. We have a total of 32 positions, and there are currently 10 vacancies. That means they are running at 26.3% vacancy rate. We also know that 4 of our current dispatchers are in backgrounds for other neighboring agencies. For more than 6 months, we've been raising alarms about the urgency of retaining these employees, many of whom are leaving for cities with lower call volumes and significantly higher pay. Fire dispatch currently has 4 vacancies and is trending the same direction as police dispatch. Yet, unlike their counterparts, they've received none of the same incentives, reclassifications, or additional staffing support. Aside from the trainee position, the city determined there was no need despite clear signs to the contrary. We recognize the city's recent steps to support recruitment, including recruitment incentives, new positions, the reclassification of 6 dispatch 2 positions in police. But let's be honest, that's a response, not a solution. It may look good on paper, but it doesn't fix the core problem. And it won't keep the residents safe in the long term. These positions don't just support public safety, they are public safety. And when a dispatcher is missing from the room during a high priority call, it's not a data point, it's a risk. AMEA supports the development and investment in our workforce. We support the strategic goals outlined in this report, but professional development doesn't fill a night shift. Employees appreciation events don't retain talent, and wellness programs don't replace the need for competitive pay, manageable workloads, and adequate staffing. The classification and compensation study is a critical step, and frankly, the only thing that will make a lasting difference, but it's taking way too long. At this pace, we'll lose more employees before any adjustments take effect, simply because they can't afford to wait. If the city truly values its workforce, then it needs to move beyond metrics and start listening to the people on the ground, the ones answering the calls day and night. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the dispatchers, are they in the clerical unit or general?
Clerical.
Clerical. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council before we open up the public hearing? Councilmember Rubicalva?
Thank you. So I actually do have questions about the vacancy rate for the dispatchers. I mean, we've expressed before that this is a concern, and I understand that the Assembly Bill 2561 is bargaining unit, but that seems a little, I get the intention, but it almost seems irrelevant because it's really about the job classification. So for me, when we do have a 20%, 23% vacancy rate, that's a cause for concern. And I'm also concerned because I am the biggest critic of our dispatchers when our residents call and don't have a good experience. And it's not because our dispatchers are not good at their job, it's they don't have the resources or enough people. So how do we fix this? And I know this is not the intention of this public hearing, it's to bring awareness to the issue, but I do think that we need to identify a solution. And I'm concerned that there might be, maybe there's funding within PD's already budget that they could move stuff around and fund this. So, and that's, I would really like to probably take a deeper dive at some point into the Anaheim PD's budget to see where we could, I mean, we just approved a $100,000 contract for a constitutional attorney to do, I don't even know what he's gonna do. We haven't seen any results from him. He's learning the culture of our police department. I don't even know what that is, so, or what that means. So I am going to advocate staunchly to get additional funding to support our, to making this department whole, because they play a serious role. And they are the first people that our residents speak to. And I have to tell you, the number of complaints that I get from our residents regarding their experience is not good. So, and to your point, it's because we're not staffed. So that is for you, Jim.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. Well, I know this is not the intent of the public hearing. I'm just going to add on to that. I've not gotten any complaints, but I've had reason to call dispatch myself, the non-emergency number. In fact, weekend before the holiday weekend, I personally had to call the non-emergency number 4 times. 3 of the 4 times, the call was answered by a police officer. And I thought, what a waste of time, because that police officer is not out in the street. He was taking dispatch calls not as quickly as a dispatcher does. Had to go a little slower. And it is a shame that we have to do that. I'm glad they realize, they have the flexibility to do that and pull somebody in, but it means one less officer in the street. So just, I want to add that to the Councilmember Rubalcava's comments. We're in a critical position with dispatchers. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember. So we are going to open the public hearing. Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, we do have one, Mark Herbert, and the time limit to speak is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'd like to support that presentation. I thought it was very clear and detailed, and I wondered why that wasn't reflected in the staff report. It seemed to be a rather large problem. And it's been my limited experience that the staff is often limited by the direction of the council. I don't know if that's in this case that they thought they got direction, because this is a company town, and maybe while you were traveling to DC or to foreign countries, you weren't keeping an eye here at home on the gap of the dispatchers. As you say, that's the front line. It seems like, how do you miss the gap in the front line? This wasn't deep down in the bureaucracy. And it speaks, let's look at another department where again it is clear, and the root problem again is not filling the vacancies. Well, it's not officially a vacancy, but in the city clerk's office, they're not fulfilling the public records requests due to the lack of help. There are many public records requests months late, and the explanation we've been told is they don't have the personnel, that there's one person to handle it. Well, if the demand goes up, don't you get another person there? Now, that might have a different explanation why that's happening. Maybe the direction from the council doesn't emphasize the need to fulfill public records requests on a timely basis. I don't know. But it seems to be a common problem, a lack of attention to the needs of the workers of the city. And I don't know where that focus is, but again, it's a company town, so I guess it's elsewhere. The retention of employees, again, as they said, 93%, but as that presentation said, you have to dig down a bit in it. And one of the things on retention is not being overworked and also being appreciated, and not by employee hugs or gifts, but things like higher pay and housing. And one of the problems that we've seen is a lack of funds for housing, for hiring additional employees. And this is where it comes again to the direction of the council. They're not looking to raise new funds, as in perhaps exploring the possibility of an entertainment tax, tapping the surpluses of the ATID Transportation Fund, which stands at $26 million. Maybe frontline dispatchers should have a priority over a pedestrian walkway over Harbor Boulevard for the benefit of Disney. Again, it's coming back to direction from the council, and something's not connecting with the staff and the public. And I look at the lack of public engagement, which again would be another avenue to help you see what's happening on the ground. And you look at the Housing and Community Development Commission. It's missed 7 out of its 12 meetings this year, which is higher. They missed 13 of all last year, and they missed 13 back in 2021 during the Sadu years. And I was told it's driven by projects, and when there's not projects, they don't see the need for a meeting. I think you need those meetings so the public can engage, and stress to you the need to look for new funding on a sustainable basis for problems like the dispatchers.
Mr. Herbert, your time is up.
And others.
Mayor, City Council, that concludes our public comments on the public hearing, and also noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any other further comments or questions by council? Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues, and well, let me backtrack. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I know this is a requirement and based on the new law, but I appreciate you putting this information together. I appreciate AMEA coming out as well and sharing your concerns. I know we've had conversations about the situation as well. I want to echo my colleagues and support being able to bring something back that addresses some of those concerns, because as my colleague mentioned, these are kind of the front line folks that are interacting with our residents, especially at times of crisis and need for many of them. So again, I appreciate you all speaking out. I appreciate you putting this presentation together, and I look forward to having a further conversation about what we can do to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
Thank you. I also just wanted to mention that I do appreciate the presentation. I don't know if it's worth writing a letter to the state. I just feel that this, I mean, not that the bill, I think it's a ridiculous bill. Actually, I just feel like it serves actually absolutely no purpose whatsoever because the bargaining units are so big, and it doesn't really show any insight into retention into specific positions, which was probably the intended purpose of the bill. So it's just sort of funny to me. Anyway, I do want to thank you guys for the amount of investment that you do put into our employees, because I do know that there is a tremendous amount of employee appreciation that goes on into our city, and we just had we have events, and you do respect our labor unions and work with them. So I do appreciate the presentation and the work that you're doing there. I just really do feel very strongly that we do have to pay attention to specific areas, especially when we've had their bargaining units advocating for this change for over 6 months. So I hope that we do find a way to, I know we are budget strapped, but find a way to really figure out how to fund those positions so that we can bring that department whole, especially when we have police officers who are doing overtime at probably triple the amount that these dispatchers make. So there has to be some sort of cost savings there. I'll leave it to the people who are operational to figure that out.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. And thank you for the work you put into this. It is probably not really serving a great purpose, but it is giving us an opportunity to talk about some of these things. And I know we've talked about dispatch before. I am a huge proponent for our class and comp study. You know, we all believe it has taken a lot longer than we had hoped it would take, but it's coming, and I am very supportive of classes that we have found to be significantly below market, making sure that we are fairly compensating those people and that we get those positions moved up. I've been clear when I've talked to the labor unions that, you know, we might not be able to get where we want to go until a couple of years from now, but we need to start moving that way. We need to take care of the people that are underpaid, that we're having trouble recruiting, that we need, you know, to make whole in this environment as much as we can. And that we will have goals to get everybody up to a fair compensation that makes us a high-performing organization. That is one of our goals, and that's where we will go as that money is available, hopefully in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I'll make this quick. I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Meeks on her class and comp studies as well. Coming from a city background, spent a long time working for another city, I like to see that 93% retention rate. I was actually kind of surprised. So I think that's good. Question, was there any consideration as to the rank of 93% as to the flexibility of schedule for the employees? I know we have several different schedules that employees can offer, so I was curious if that added to that.
I'm not quite sure I understood your question. So the 93% retention rate lends to the employees that were ever retained. I'm not tying that to their schedule. I
think that if we're retaining people, we must be offering decent benefits. One of those benefits that I think is a driver is schedule. And so I was just curious if that played into that number.
Yes, we do have a flexible schedule as well, and so for retention, that has benefited the city with our flexible schedule, which is option for 980 in certain classifications. It's 312s or 410s, and that's usually in public safety. And then we also have a work from home day, which allows an employee to be in office 4 days a week, thereby 2 work from home days once a week.
Thank you.
That helps on the recruitment side as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. With no further discussion, is there a motion and a second?
Move the item.
It's receive and file.
Oh, it's receive and file.
Oh,
Yes, so a motion to receive and file the report. So we have a,
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
File.
Motion and a second by Councilmember Bayless. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So next is our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Just that item 1, as you know, was pulled. It will be on the next agenda. No other reportable action.
Thank you. And we don't have any remaining non-agenda item public comments.
that's correct, Mayor.
So now is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Does any council members have items they would like to have on a future agenda? I'll start with Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not an agenda item, but just very briefly wanted to highlight item 5, which was in the consent calendar for today's meeting, which was awarding a contract for the Catalpa Avenue sanitary sewer line replacement, which is also covered project work under our community workforce agreement, with construction scheduled to begin soon and completed later in the fourth quarter. And as the city's rep for OC San, I've learned way more about sanitary sewers and all of that process than I ever thought I would know. But I just wanted to highlight that for District 2 residents that live at around Catalpa Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I would like to request to work with our city attorney on an emergency services first right of refusal policy. I've already briefed him on it, but it's basically looking at creating an ordinance or some sort of a policy that prevents our bigger businesses here from utilizing police, fire, emergency services outside of our city. Without first, not that it's a problem now, but we would like to I would like to prevent it from being a problem in the future. So just requesting to work on that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Meeks?
Thank you. And this can come to council when they're ready with the information. But regarding the senior center discussion, and Shawnee indicated that they need to do a lot of outreach and research as to, what are the desires of the senior community out there. Being one of them, no, I think there are a lot of opinions. And I think that our city is very diverse and it's very large. And I have concerns about a single senior center and putting all of our eggs in one basket. I think that senior centers, in my mind, when I'm there, hopefully someday when I have time, I would like them to be part of the community, part of the fabric of the community where you make connections with your neighbors and you can support each other and you reflect your community. And we have so many diverse communities across our city that personally, I don't think a single senior center is appropriate, but I am willing to hear what the feedback is and what that information is and have that discussion with the council.
May I answer that? Thank you for asking that question.
This is not, unfortunately, it's not agendized yet. Not agendized yet.
I was going to let it go forward. Not my Rob's no, poor Rob. So with no other agenda requests and no other business before the council, I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Officer Samuel Riveros, and we will stand adjourned until June 18th.